Good morning, everyone. It's Sparks here, and today we're going to be doing a little bit of a detour from playing Mass Effect because I promised my partner that I would make progress in Final Fantasy XIV, playing it for a bit every Saturday. And yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. Ooh, okay. Uh huh. I Okay. I think we could already do that, but whatever. Um, Okay, I just need to mess around with the configuration because apparently the last time I was playing the game, I turned off the master volume for some reason. Anyways, let's get to the game. So, right now I'm in here for some reason. Ooh, okay, what am I doing? What class am I even right now? Ninja. Why am I ninja? I've been trying to level up all the classes so that I can actually finish their respective stories. So Ninja must have been the one I have picked to do next for some. Oh, right, because it's the one right after. Um, the others. Okay, well. Let me just check and see if we're using our recommended gear. We are. Okay, well, we have plenty of classes we can use for the main scenario if we want. Reaper's the one I'm ideally going to be using for Endwalker. But before we start anything, first I think I was using... Okay, let me just double check what I was doing for this. Leveling roulette is what I'm using for any class that's under level 50. So that's what I was using for machinist. Because it's just about to hit level 50. Yep. So we're quickly going to do that. Because I like doing these as a way of... I need to get myself back into the swing of things, basically, because it's been a while since I've played this. It looks like they'll be going to Limsa Laminsa as our next destination. After we're finished doing all the roulettes. It's a good way to start things out. Of course, somebody dropped out. Just typical. Alright, let's see what dungeon we get. Oh, Bismile. Nice. This is a relatively easy one. Am I the only ranged person? Apparently, I am the only ranged person in this party. Haha. only range, yeah. We got our healer, but in fairness, there aren't that many ranged, ranged classes compared to melee. Come on. I'm just gonna stay where I am. Yay. The boss has moved on. And apparently this one we're not doing any sort of side paths. Okay. Aha. Okay, how we doing? Come on, we can do this. Ooh, the power of the crystal is beginning to dim. If we're fast, we can kill them before... Nope. Crystal dimmed before we were able to finish them off. Which is annoying. There we go. We win. First boss down. There's a treasure chest there. It might contain something I can use. Nope. And nope. Both things I can't use, which sucks. Oops. Oh, they're gonna do the... Yeah. I don't mind... it too much when people do this. But big groups tend to lead to death if you're not careful. Especially because it overtaxes the healer. Like, if you got a really good healer, which apparently we do, it's not so much of a problem, but if you've got an inexperienced healer, or somebody who's still learning the ropes on healing, it can be a bit much. Ooh, that's something I can use. I know that when I've done this one as a healer, that big group tends to throw me. I'm much better as DPS, in fairness. Mm. Alright, boss time. Come on. One of the things I do like about being a ranged DPS when I do play that is the fact that you can still attack while moving. Or at least physical ones can. Magic DPS, not so much. There we go. Okay, anything I can use? Nope, and no. Which sucks, but not much I can do about it. Oh, please don't try and grab everything. Mate, I know this room. Those hell-bound warriors are a pain in the ass. Okay, we actually apparently have a really good party. Either that or it's a lot of eye-level squish. Which I think there is here. I think the one I'm playing is the only one that's under-leveled. Wait, no. There's somebody here who's only level 44. Don't know why they were waiting elsewhere. Okay. Are we pulling to the boss room? I think we're pulling... Well, in fairness, this is the last bit. It is a shame these individual enemies don't really give you anything. It'd be nice if they at least gave experience. That's not how dungeons are designed. Aim for the corrupted crystal. Right, aim for the boss. In a moment, we're gonna go for a special move. Oh, right, he's invulnerable. Where's the... There we go. We can do this! Oh god. Yeah, we've gotten to a stage of his health whereby it was kind of pointless not to use the limit break. And there we go, we leveled up. The final chest contains Harlequin boots, but it also has the Ismail Carabine. Oop, they all left before I could give any of them one accommodation. Oh well, I received one though. So, yay. Okay. Don't know why I'm holding on to those. Probably a reason. Anyways. Hardly matters. We leveled up this class. And because of that, we are now able to finish its class quest. So, let's go do that. Then we'll do more roulettes. Might as well as walk, it's not far. Oh, was there another? No. Oh yeah, I need to remember that Limsa has special seasonal event quests as well. Yay! Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the Fennec Legion. Alright, pray gather our colleagues together. Joy should be just outside performing some last-minute firearm inspections. I may have better ideas. Of course, one of our companions has wandered off somewhere. There's Joy. Sparks, this is a disaster. Someone has broken into our storage crates and smashed all the firearms. Must tell his lordship. No, let's check the other crates first. Oh, what do we do? Ah, you're right, of course. Given into pack won't help us none. I'll see what's become of the rest of the weapons and report my findings to his lordship. Rushed himself? Last I saw, he was getting some fresh air out beyond the workshop. Somebody messed with our weapons. I think we got visitors again, stubborn bastards. Smashed up our firearms. Safe seems wherever it's scragged. Once it's gone, it's done with being subtle. No shit, we best run off with the rest of these thugs before they sidestep fire to the place. You know what to do. Warning. Gas rounds only, so we don't bring the Wrath of Templar Knights down upon us. Meet me back in the workshop when you're done with your patrol. Which ones do we want to use? It's a gas round. Okay. Please don't. It wasn't my idea. Yes, I'm sure it wasn't. Wow. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Hello. That person ain't worth getting shot at. Alright, last one. Ah, where'd you come from? Ulda, originally, this character comes from. Sparks, you're quite alright? Our fine instructor here tells me you've both been busy chasing off hired miscreants again. I'm afraid the damage has already been done, my lordship. Even as we get together our spares, we've less than half the weapons we need for the tourney. But half we'll just have to do. It will be difficult, I know, but I believe we still have a chance. What was that? What else was that? Sounds like someone fired a damn cannon or something. I swear to God. Cheating bastards. Broke all the spares, didn't they? Oh, me lordship, our turrets. Blast, we must have missed one of the shit-eating bastards. That's it then. We'll have to forfeit the contest. Nay, my dear. There is yet time to remedy this. These efforts to confound our chances serve but to stroke the fires of my determination. Pray, accompany me back inside, Sparks. Rochelle Joy, lead your fellow machinists to the tourney field and don new masks of supreme confidence. Whilst our mysterious enemy is distracted by your show of bravado, I shall work to replace the damaged firearms. But how can you craft so many weapons before the contest begins? The short of it is, I cannot. Not to my usual exacting specifications, of course. Only the four of us must be aware of the poor quality of our replacements. You and Joy must needs fight that much harder to compensate for our colleagues' lack of firepower. I'll do my best to keep the others in high spirits too, Lord Nivian. Me apologies, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop or nothing, but when I heard the noise... Celesto. Well, that's not for it now. Welcome to the conspiracy. Formidable foes, meager chance of success. This shall be a victory worthy of a song. Damn right it will be. Would that the odds were not so heavily stacked against us. We cannot let a few setbacks stand in the way of our moment of glory. Ooh, we get new ability and special armor set. We have done all that can be done. Tis time we join our companions and survey the field on which the tourney is to take place. You are familiar with Camp Dragonhead, I trust. Its grounds shall make for an interesting arena. Indeed they will. Good, you've come. The other houses have yet to field their forces, meaning we've time to inspect the arena and formulate a winning strategy. Are you certain of your preparations, my son? These tales I hear of hired thugs terrorizing machines and destroying equipment do not fill me with confidence. Pray remember that the collected gaze of Ishgard shall be focused on this contest. A poor showing will cost us our funding from the Holy See, and cast an uncertain shadow over the future of the manufactory. I have never been more ready, Father. Now, relinquish your doubts. Find yourself a nice vantage point and enjoy the spectacle. I'm off to find a perch myself, but here's one piece of advice before I go. Make the most of the terrain. There's few choice spots where I'd lay an ambush, or expect me enemies to lay one for me. Just be sure you've given the place a good once-over, eh? You heard the instructor. Give the word and we shall endeavor to learn the lay of the land. Let's review our strategy, shall we? Unless you would rather simply begin the tourney, in which case you may speak with our machinist messenger. Ours will be a combined force of House Halinart and House Four Temps, while our opponents will be House Ismail and House Durandare. Next tab represents our encampment. Pray inspect the standard and the surrounding area. If we allow the standard to be destroyed, we are defeating the tourney as lost. Also releases waves of curative magic, so return here if you need healing. Okay. Let's move on to the enemy camp. Pray inspect the Crimson Banners, survey the surrounding area. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba da ba ba. Shall we succeed in toppling the Crimson Standard, and victory is ours. The enemy's standard will clear nearby allies. Best to avoid lengthy engagements of its proximity. Let us now discuss our individual roles. Joy will lead a squad of Halar combatants in an offensive push. Okay. The remaining machinists and I will join the Four Toms in the defense of our encampment. You, Spark, shall be our flying company. Strike where needed. Okay. You shall be our ambusher. Let us fray your place of concealment. Okay. The ambush site. Okay. We'll emerge and assault the enemy standard on Sparks' signal. Durandare Captain is an aggressive sort. If our defenses appear weak, he will commit his forces to attack. And that will leave their encampment vulnerable to ambush. We have placed a signal mortar near the Aetheryte. Come with me, you can see it for yourself. Jeez. This is gonna be a long mission. The mortar should be safe here from enemy detection. The spot also affords you a fine view of both camps. When you judge the time to press the attack, simply operate the mortar and send up a flare. Let us return now to our encampment. I'll stall the officiant until you give the word. Alright, time to begin this. Hark! 'Tis Telogrinch and his knights. Manufactured workers in all their glory. I imagine there are many who are curious, even eager to witness you fight this day. Spectators, our death smile will end this mockery of a contest all too swiftly. Bluster all you will. We shall let the tattered remains of your standard speak for us. Such conviction from the king of the commoners. Come then. All the players are present. Let the tourney begin. To victory! Oh, no you don't. Do this. He's a fool for trying to fight us right beside the standard. We're getting healed faster than he can hurt us, but we can hurt him fast. Come on, we're almost there. Focus on the Chirujan. Come on. All right. There. There. Haha. While they make their assault, we launch our ambush. Haha. Come on. We've already won this. Because I sent him in for the ambush while we were dealing with them. They really stood no chance. There. We beat him, and the Crimson Standard is nearly destroyed. Haha! We win! Haha! Victory is ours. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We won the tournament and proved that machinists deserve respect. You lost. Just admit you lost and accept it. Congratulations, machinists. You have proven yourselves not entirely without merit. House Mal will gladly welcome your inclusion in House Hallenart's next company of reinforcements. Your novel toys confounded my knights and won you this game of flags. See, however, how you fare against adversaries who seek not to break your standards, but to spill your life's blood. May the day soon come when we fight side by side. He's acting nice, but no, he still hates us. Pompous twat. Mayhap then you shall understand why the knight is the master of the battlefield. Well done, my son. You have triumphed against all that would see you fail. Of course, father. There is no difficulty that machinistry cannot overcome. Ba-da-ba. A turn of victory. How many years has it been? At last do we begin to reclaim the influence we have lost. And there shall be more to come, as long as you are true to your word. That means no more bemoaning my knightly skills, no more disruptive visits to the workshop. Yay! Stevnivian, I hereby relinquish to you full authority of the manufacturing. May your machine this be the spear that pierces our foes and the shields that defend our walls. Yay! Do as you will, my son, for the glory of Ishgard and her people. The age of Machias has begun, my friends. Follow me, and together we shall ring the rusted helmets of the old guard. And yeah, Stefnivian. First time I ever played this and met Stefnivian, I was like, wait, that's a man? They really went for a very effeminate look for him. Which isn't a bad thing by any means of the word. It's just kind of funny how much we associate certain traits, or with you know, masculinity and femininity, and how often it is that in anime-esque things, it is really hard to tell sometimes, unless it's explicitly stated in a dialogue. It was a hard-won battle, Sparks, but your keen grasp of tactics carried the day, and that is to say naught for your ever-growing skill with a firearm. With victory, I have become manufacturer chief in both name and deed, and I intend to make the most of my newfound freedom. The first act upon returning was to improve upon Transformer. The small is yours with my thanks. Turning exposed certain design for which I have endeavored to compensate. Use it well, Sparks. Cool. It gives me a new version of the ranged attack. Awesome. Multi-person shots. Okay. With our tourney victory, we have indelibly etched the machinist's presence in the minds of Holy See, and now that my father has relinquished the right of accusing me, it seems our fortunes have at last taken a turn for the better. Father has also formally responded Telegrinch, promising our support next story. I am not yet privy to the details of the operation, but I imagine the role we'll choose for us shall be both demanding and dangerous. And to humiliate the machinist, however, he will only provide us with another stage on which to prove our worth. A victory in the field will garner us greater support from the Holy See and allow me to apportion funds towards the development of ever more potent weapons. Thus, it is vitally important we see this operation succeed. But an equally important matter must be addressed ere we delve too deeply into such concerns. The celebration of our tourney triumph. Let's have Joy and will join us for the festivities. I believe Joy's services are yet required in the manor. Pray, seek out our Master Mark first, if you would. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. A party, is it? Bah, I ain't going. All I did during the tourney was watch. How can you say that? Without your instruction, we'd never have stood a chance. And now look at us. Upstart commoners defeating the likes of Season 9. I taught you how to shoot, but that tourney victory was something you managed all on your own. I can see arguing with you ain't getting me nowhere. I'll just drag you back to the workshop instead. But still, can't begin the festivities without Joy. This time of day, she'll be at her chores at the manor house. Maybe if you talk Count, he'll let her leave early to attend the celebration. She ain't one to abandon her duties half done, though. It'd be best to approach the Count directly and not give her a chance to object. Lass is awfully serious about her work. Wouldn't want her for guilt now, would we? Should be home if you don't mind talking to Mom. Be sure to instruct her here makes to the celebration. Alright, so we need to go to the Hallinart Manor. Nearest teleportation points would be... let's see... Last Vigil. Ba-ba. The fact that this mission's called a joyless celebration means she's probably not here. There's to be a celebration, is there? And naturally you have come to fetch Joy. Pray return to my factory and I shall be along forthwith to explain why she shan't be attending. Okay. Why won't you be attending? What has happened to Joy? Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. Everyone's present? Yes, once again, pray allow me to congratulate you all on your tourney performance. As you celebrate your victory, however, I have news. And before we hear that news, I just want to mention, actually, that when I was designing this character, I purposely made sure to give him my IRL height, because the game lets you do that. So, everyone else's height is comparison to mine right now, means all of these characters are over... well, I'm 5'10", so these guys have to be 6 foot or taller. So, yeah. What is it, Father? It was quite a sudden development, but Joy was wed. Bloody hells. Well, there's another good reason to bring out the grog. Wed? I had heard not of any engagement. She is gone, then? Aye, Joy's chambers at the manor have already been emptied, and now that she is married, I do not foresee her returning to the manufactory. She left behind her firearm. Wait, what's Joy getting married got to do with her leaving the workshop? Within the walls of Ishgard, 'tis usually the unwed would serve the manor houses, may retire for some to work upon the day of their marriage, as young Joy has done. 'Tis all too much. Now that we have at last earned a modicum of recognition, 'tis ill-timed indeed to lose so talented a machinist. 'Twould seem that familial circumstances by a swift union be made. Let us not bemoan what is lost. Let us instead raise a toast to the happiness joy has found. You must needs accept that your colleague has moved on and adapt your strategies accordingly. Masuma will call upon you soon, and I expect to hear great things from this allied operation. Just give me a moment. I want to mess with something. Let's see. Where is it? There. Just gonna shrink that down. I know I shouldn't do this on the stream, but it's bugging me how much of the screen that's actually taking up. And we'll also shrink that a little. Just a little bit. There we go. That's better. I'll leave the ones in the other screens as they are, but this screen I need to shrink things so we can see better. A young business opened up in our ranks. How could you leave us without so much as a final farewell? Familiar circumstances. Has something ill befallen her dad, I wonder? Says you are acquainted with Joy's father? Aye, we oft hunted together. He was the one who had suggested I try my hand here at the workshop. He told me his daughter had found herself a decent job with a fine employer. Then mayhap he can also tell you whither his daughter is gone. I would fain convince both the wife and her new husband to accept positions at a manufacturer. I'll speak with him, my lord. I don't much fancy taking to the field without Joy and her uncanny aim at my side. Even should Joy refuse my overtures, however, we cannot simply abandon our obligation to house his smile. We must drill our two students for a quarter. As hard as you like, boss, as long as I'm fairly compensated. Celebration shall have to wait, Sparks. Unless we can persuade Joy to return, the burdens of battle must be divided betwixt those of us who remain. Surely she will come back to us. Surely. We can only hope. Reaching level 52. Okay. Well, that puts that's that done. So, just want to check something before I continue. Okay, we're fine. I thought I might be overloaded with the poetics ones, but I apparently have next to none, so that's fine. We can do anything. This one usually takes a while to load, so while I'm waiting for it, we might as well as continue with the story. Just hope it doesn't pop while we're in the middle of a cutscene. Ooh, also there's other... I just remembered though, we got an event. There's an event on. We should go and do that event first. Now the event, if I remember correctly from where it's shown on the map, is near the Aft Castle. And it gets us a pretty outfit, so... definitely worth doing. I don't know what the event is, but I'm going to assume based on the decorations... Oh right, no, it's the Moon Fair. I don't know what this event is about, but... let's talk. Mayoru Moyoru is calling upon all adventurers to join the house event of the year. Ah, my prayers are answered. As the sun beat down upon my brow, my flag spirits were kept aloft by the hope of your return. Now that you're here, I can say the Moon Fair's success is assured. Our festival is a long and storied history that hardly bears repeating. All intents and purposes become a premier event of our guild. We hope to stoke fires of adventurous hearts, young and old, and all ages in between. Okay, this season's main event is a favorite among adventurers and revelers alike. Nimble Warrior Course. Keeping vigil over the proceedings is the Sunshine Savior, Garden of the Sandy Beaches. If your interests are piqued, I encourage you to make haste at Costa del Sol to a prize eager view. Okay. To Costa del Sol. And I wonder what mount we'll get on the Mount Roulette when I summon it. We got the boat! The mana cutter. So glad we don't have to swim over to this. Well, if it isn't Sparks, a sure guest to the Moon Fire Fair as the stifling heat. Mention of the Sunshine Savers, stir your heroic spirit of yours. Yes, I would like to know who this person is. I should hope so, because between you and me, we're in a bit of a bind. If you wouldn't mind lending an ear to our troubles, I appreciate the opinion of a fellow adventurer. Much obliged. You see, the fair has been no stranger to difficulties. Make no mistake, people swimming where they shouldn't be, monsters treating the beaches like a bloody banquet, and all manner of other perils have put a damper on what's meant to be a time for celebration. To combat this, I came up with the idea of the Sunshine Saver, a brave soul whose duty would be to nip such problems in the bud before they become everyone's headache. Not only would they keep our patrons safe, but their deeds would raise the esteem of the guild as well. Not only that, but it would be the perfect opportunity to give our fresh blood a chance to shine. So I'm looking for a stout arm from within our ranks, and after a process of sturdy vetting, meeting a youth by the name of Lionel. The lad's in perfect pit, but his spirits have taken a sharp dive since he arrived in Costa del Sol. Whatever the cause of his troubles, his play needs a guiding hand or two to see him through them. So, if you've got the time and the inclination, I'd like you to help set him on the right path. Once he's found his footing, I won't ask you to dawn him any longer. How about it? Yeah, I can help him out. You're a lifesaver, friend. Now then, follow me and I'll make introductions. Lionel should be somewhere near the Etherite. Let's go find him, eh? Sounds like other people are getting up. Got two friends over. They stayed the night. So, you might hear them in the background soon. Ooh, a cutscene. Let's see what happens. Apologies, but the lad seems to be missing. I explicitly told him to wait here. Get your bloody hands off of my goods. Sorry, terribly sorry. I only thought to help. The crates look awfully heavy, you see. You're right to be wroth with me. Yes, for why would you need my aid? My arms thinner than sprouting reeds. I see the error of my ways. I shall shovel buffalo dung as punishment. Sorry for snapping at you. I appreciate the thought, but the contents of these crates are my livelihood. Can't trust just any passerby with a safe carriage. You understand? And truth be told, you're like a chocobo taking its first steps. You need to strut with a bit of confidence. You don't want people looking at you prosper. You see? You have good heart, lad. We can see that. Work on your manners. I reckon your next attempt at charity will go just fine. That cowering one is the one, isn't he? I can hazard a guess at what happened here. I'd like to hear your side of the story nonetheless. Mind filling me in, Lionel? Oh, Master Hermaja. And who is this? Can't be. Is this man my replacement? Heavens forfend, I've been dismissed before my duty has even begun. Heavens forfend. The wording in this, I know it's meant to be like a stylistic choice, but I don't understand it. Like, heavens forbid is the proper one, and why is that bad? What is wrong with that? There's no need for all that. Sparks here is a member of the guild, and he's here to help. But first, we need to know what's going on. You see, I was awaiting orders like you asked, but then I spied that man struggling to carry his goods. I thought to offer a helping hand, but well, you saw how the rest went. See, I can't fault you for trying to do good, lad. But what he said was right. Your manner is bloody strange. It has been ever since you set foot on these sands. I recall you being so timid when first we met. If something's weighing on you, you needn't shy away from sharing the burden. You're too kind. The truth is, I just can't bear to have my face seen by others. All those eyes on me is dreadful. Under a helmet I have the confidence of a captain. This heat has left me with no choice but to bare my naked face to all and sundry. I'm afraid I'm likely to do more harm than help if I can't get my nerves under control. Activities are due to start soon, and I can scarcely stand to look even you in the eyes. So that's the way of it. I appreciate your candor, lad. If it's as simple as covering your face, we can get you sorted straight away. Come with me to the storehouse. I have something there that I think you'll like. As you, Sparks, you better wait on the beach for our return. Don't worry, we'll be back before you can break a sweat. Okay. Oh, what's gonna happen now? It's a shame we're doing this at night, but it's one of the things of just the passage of time. And here we are. Feast your eyes upon Costa del Sol's Sunshine Savior. Oh god, they gave him a Super Sentai suit. Blinded by, and they even went with a Super Sentai type song too. Blinded by its brilliance, aren't you? I had this lovely piece made the moment I conceived of the Sunshine Savior, a special commission from the Weavers Guild. But genius isn't always obvious, I discovered. My colleagues claimed the coloring was too bold, the design too daring. I believe the word gaudy was tossed about. And so with a heavy heart I set it aside. Until today, that is. But the gods, I feel a whole full taller. Fabric is so light, it's like I'm wearing naught but my name day suit. Name day suit. I'm ready to take on the world and then some. Masks are usually for hiding one's true nature, but this is the Lionel I remember. If you ask me, he looks a spitting image of a hero. Well, what do you think, Sparks? Yeah! Yeah, no, I actually like it. Certainly suits him. Not what I would say. I would say something positive because I actually really like it. I'm overjoyed that you think so. Mark my words, the sands of Costa del Sol shall remain safe under the watchful eyes of the Sunshine Savior. Now then, Lionel, consider this your official appointment as the Sunshine Savior. Go forth and remember that you carry the reputation of the Adventurers Guild on your shoulders. Don't crumble under the weight, lad. Become a savior worthy of your name's sake, and our guests will soon forget the countless monsters and maladies that lurk beneath the tides. I know you won't disappoint. Thank you, Master Hormaga. Meh. As a Sunshine Savior, I must bear all the responsibility the title implies. I can do this. I can become an adventurer that others speak of in awe. By the way, I'd like to apologize for embarrassing conduct before. I admit a part of me is scared almost all the time, but I can't let that dictate my life and my duty. Whatever happens, I swear to do all power to make it the safest yet. Said I realize I still have much to learn. We very much appreciate the AFC. Very will you help me? Yes, of course. Thank you for growing under your wing. We'll continue that in a bit. Right now, level 56. Well, it's gonna be a level 50 dungeon. That's all this character can do right now. Wanderer's Palace. That's fine. What have we got? Reaper. Ooh, nice. We have a Sage. And, of course, our wonderful Paladin. We should be running away from the big one, but apparently we decided we're fighting. Yeah, just keep running from the big one. We can't hurt it. But it can sure hurt us! I need to mess around with the layout of my skills later. I know I have a better layout for it available to me. I just need to sort it out. That's one of those things I need help with. If anyone has any recommendations for that kind of thing, you're welcome to throw them my way. Right now it's just set up in a way that I originally did for this character. My other character has things set up better. I was originally gonna use him for everything, but decided that because I want to use him to see every bit of content the game has to offer, that I should save him for when I've actually done every bit of content. Because my rule with him right now is that he's gonna do everything before the next thing, before doing the next thing. Alright, boss time. Keeper of Halidom. Aha. Okay. Keep going. We win. I know that anything we get from this dungeon is going to be worthless to my character. Or is it? Hold on. That can't be right. Mercenary pod helm. How is that better? How is that better? It shouldn't be. Have they adjusted some of the stats up here? Seems like they may have, which I'm not totally against. Right, we need as much lantern oil as we can get. Woo. There we go. Let the tank go on ahead. I'm not gonna start fighting people before when the tank is trying to catch up. But steering the party towards where we need to go when I'm not sure whether or not they've done this before, that I'm fine doing. No, okay. Sorry, just messing around with the volume on my mic, making sure it's not too high or too low. Oops. Whoopsies! That was a mistake. Did not intend to do that. Right, one more of these devices. Just gotta sneak around the big guy. Use the lantern oil. There, the way forward is open. Alright, through the door. Okay. Okay, we're doing all right. So I'm defeated. And we keep going. And with a tank, wasn't paying attention there a moment. I don't care about that chest. Well, here comes the boss. Hopefully they all have the good sense to only attack the boss. This is one of those annoying bosses that gets stronger the more you attack his allies. Damn it, no. I accidentally pressed the wrong button, damn it. Ignore the ads! God damn it! The ads mean nothing. But attacking them makes the boss stronger. did it! And leveled up in the process. I'll give the healer props for this one. Okay, I'm sorry, but I swear some of the items I got from that were actually better than what I have equipped, which is weird. Apparently not. Why did it say that they were? That's weird. Oh well. Must remember to sort out what I've got on me. Okay. So that was that. We'll sign up for trials next. Ooh, we can get the armor. Smile looks aerial in the hero, no mistake, but looks aren't worth the damage your heart isn't in it. How you feeling under that mask, lad? Up for the work ahead? About that, as much as I'd like to jump right into the thick of things, I can't help but harbor some small doubts. What the merchant earlier made me realize that it's one matter to want to aid those in need, but another matter entirely to know who needs it. Fortunately, I have Sparks by my side. A seasoned adventurer who's helped his fair share of troubled souls. I've asked him to take me under his wing for a bit, and I hope to be a quick step. That's a capital idea. Every adventurer has a few stories of being rewarded with scorn instead of coin. Strange as it sounds, a helping hand must be deft as sides. Well then, let's revise your task. Say, give you a chance to sharpen that nose of yours to scent of unrest. Why don't you stand watch out for the revelers gathered at the northeastern shores? Trouble brewing, put a lid on it before it spills over. Sparks will attend you at supervising capacity. Before leaving action, ask him for advice on how to conduct yourself. He'll guide you well, I've no doubt. Yeah, I will try my best. Now that I'll offer you, the battlefield on the beach awaits. Make me proud, you two. Make me proud. A guild member by the name of Dwarven is standing by for someone to relieve him of his duties. Speak with him first and show the realm measure of a sunshine savior. Cool. Before that, there's a repair merchant nearby, right? Yeah, merchant and mender. Please repair my gear. The earring was getting badly torn apart. Yum. I just want to check something though while I'm here. Why, if it isn't the Sunshine Savior, protector of the summer sands, please, I release the beach of Costestelle to your stewardship. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Right, we're gonna have to wait for the duty finder then. It's less than 5 minutes, so if we just wait, it'll pass and we can do this mission immediately. Can it hurry up and ping already? Oh goody, it's getting to daytime. The cutscenes will be better when it's daytime. Come on, hurry up, thing. There we go. Wonder what trial we'll get. Should be interesting to find out. Ifrit. Okay. Not a bad one. Oh yeah, because I'm level 50, so it's only going to give us the level 50 trials. Eh. Oop. Remember, don't get too close to him. When you're a ranged fighter, you don't need to. Oh god. Move! Haha. Sucks to be you, Ifrit. Oh god. Stand over here. Yeah. There we go. The one I have set to C. Oh god. Why? Oh god. Infernal nails. Where's another one? Last one. There we go. Ooh, hello. Is no one else activated? Fine, I will. Aha. Where'd he go? Oh, God, I activated that ability at the worst time then. Not the big one. That activated at just the right moment. But everything else... There we go. We're fine. We win. What's the treasure coffer? It's a bow, and I would like to say need on that and pass on that. I'm probably not going to get anything, but it's worth a shot. Come on, people, make your bids. Don't let it time out. Or just leave. That works too. I'm just gonna sort it. I'm not gonna actually take it out right now. Okay. Let's do this mission. Ah yes, before I go, allow me to furnish you with these link pearls, a crucial tool for a pair of strapping guards such as yourself. Godspeed, saviors. I mean, I already have a link pearl. We could just tune them to the same frequency. Don't need to give me a brand new one. Oh my goodness, he's got the Final Fantasy XIV logo on his belt. Okay. And now our watch begins. Go on, Sparks, tell me what you see. If there is trouble lurking about, the Sunshine Saber shall rise to action. Lad and lass look like a sellsword, just the young Mykote lad and the shifty pirate lass sizing up a nearby man. Quite intensely by the looks of it. Yeah, that looks concerning. Oh, he's got it on his back too. Bloody Carvalian. Thinks he's too good for a pirate, does he? I'll make him see I will. Just ask him all nice like. Fancy a stroll on the beach, Caravale? With some such bah, he'll just think I'm itching for a duel. She's mumbling to herself an awful lot. The menacing provocation of a pirate, no doubt. What do you think, Sparks? Just ask if something's the matter. I think you have the right of it, Sparks. Even I can see that this has the looks of something dangerous. I'd best myself into the matter before it takes a turn. I don't think that was what I should have done there. Ran off with nary a word of explanation. I can't help but feel as if I interrupted something. Ah well, there's no telling what could have happened. As far as I'm concerned, the Sunshine Saber can mark down victory in his ledger. I feel like that was the wrong course of action, but I can't restart it, so oh well. Yep. Go talk to those two. Aww. Failed again. I'll never master the course at this rate. Come on, I believe in you. Nothing I say seems to help. I wish I knew how to cheer you up. That looks absolutely crestfallen. From what I can gather, he's having some difficulty with the Heroes or Nimble Warriors course. I know what it's like to feel success slip from one's grasp time and time again. Give him some words of encouragement. You're on my Sparks. Encouragement is my forte. A few carefully placed words should lift this lad over the obstacle in his path. Wait there, I'll be back in a flash. Woo! Yeah! You can do it! Meow. The pair were thankful enough, and the lads seemed once again eager to tackle the course. All in all, a success for the Sunshine Savior. Well, I see nothing in this area. What about over there? Oh god, this is gonna be a long one, isn't it? What have we found over here? Okay, lad and lass don't seem to be doing anything. And some people doing exercise, with some of them being very exhausted. They're also wearing Speedos. And now our watch begins. Come on, Sparks, tell me what you see. They're still lurking, shall rise to the action. Some muscular fellows are slumped over on the ground. Boom. Are you alright, sirs? My muscles burn from war, but gods, I can barely see straight. It's not good. Shall I call upon one of the chaperones? I suppose this heat and intense exercise mixes as well as oil does with water. Should I offer assistance? Tell them to drink plenty of fluids, yeah. Quite right, even the strongest of us will wither before the sun without water and rest. I'll go and tell them as such. Off they go, but that guy's just there. Well, I'm sure plenty of people enjoyed seeing those rows and just speedos. And we're with the men, they insisted there was nothing to worry about. Still, my duty is to dig out the roots of trouble before they break soil, so in that respect, consider this success. Of course. Go on, jump! Jump like your life depends on it. Or make it from there. Watch out or you'll eat sand. Whoop. Fell in the water. Oh no. Is he alright? I think I heard a snap. Help him. Look out for your friend. Apologies for not waiting for your guidance, Sparks. I dived into the ocean without thought of what would come next. Knew it, there was water under my mask. I was sure I'd mean my end then and there, but somehow I found my bearings and brought that man ashore. Favors the reckless, eh? Sometimes. But I see no further signs of stress on the beach. Our relief should be along soon, and truth be told, I'm glad for it. I can't bear the stifling heat for much longer. Still, better to be baking under the hot sun than drowning under the ocean waves. Every breath I took invited more water. Wow. Hell's lies on the ocean floor, doubtless doors were cast open for my arrival. Grateful to be alive and well, and with a few feats of daring do under my belt besides. That's in no small part thanks to you, Sparks, and your sound guidance led me to take action where I might have been paralyzed by doubt. Costume to thank too. I may very well have some special power. No. Nah, you just needed to cover your face. Impressive work, you two. I say you've earned some rest, eh? Allow me to watch over our patrons. I can only hope my stretch is half as eventful as yours was. Appreciated. Yep, let's go and talk to him. Before that, I kind of want to go and take a look at this course that apparently exists. Oh. We have to swim over to it. Okay. Well, I want to have a go. Oh god. Knocked off by explosions. How could I be so careless? Oop, they're about to go off. Okay, we made it. Made it. Oh god. Run, 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 run. We're almost there. Yes! Next checkpoint. Woo! Checkpoint. Now what? Oh. Whee! Is that it? Oh no, there is more. But the next bit's considerably harder. This is just a way of getting off of it. So we have to start again. Or there's an alternate route. Whoops. Okay. This is harder than it looks. Ah! Okay, I'm wasting time. I don't feel like continuing with that. Oh well. Oh yeah, I forgot I got this guy. Flying T-Rex! Because that wouldn't be terrifying, just looking up and, oh, there's a T-Rex. Why is there a T-Rex? There you are. The stories of the deed precede you. Revelers up and down the beach are taken with your bravery. One you plucked from a seam came to offer his personal thanks. By all accounts, your lost confidence has been restored, and more beside. Ready to self on your own, but I won't force it upon you if you've got lingering reservations. Truth be told, I wouldn't have been able to do it without Sparks' help. And this mask, of course, only makes me forget the meaning of the word impossible. You have to realize that Sparks won't be around forever. So inclined to adventuring abroad he needs to be able to carry their burden alone if they're to earn the trust of others. You know, you never did tell us why you're so frightened of showing your face. Something tells you didn't crawl out of your mother's womb with your hands covering your eyes. Am I right? Yeah, when I was just getting my feet wet as an adventurer, doing a job that should have been unremarkable. We were tasked with guarding a merchant caravan. We snatched with the attention of a terrible, slavering beast instead of sticking with a spear like I was supposed to. Instead of sticking it with a spear, I was knocked senseless within moments. When I regained my senses, I saw that my partner had been dealt a grievous wound, the caravan was in shambles. The job was an utter failure. For a blessing, none lost their lives, but I lost all standing eyes of my allies and employers. Aww. They blamed me for their injuries and the damage to their goods, and rightfully so. The memory of their scornful gaze is etched on my mind. I see them every time I look another in the eyes. So you cope with your fear by hiding behind a helm. It's starting to make sense. You know, Lionel, that suit's more than a masterwork of comfort. There's a meaning behind its design, if you can believe it. See, it's meant to evoke the image of the phoenix, that legendary bird symbolizing rebirth, rising from the ashes over and over again, each time shining brighter than before. Seeing your triumph as the sunshine savior has made me certain that the phoenix's fire burns within you, Lionel. When those flames are stoked, you'll be reborn with more courage than you've ever could have imagined. Ah, I do actually see where that's coming from. All this time, I was wrapped in the phoenix's embrace. Yes, if there's a chance I might be born anew, then the path ahead of me is clear. Back to the beach, this time without a mask. Why? Day laid on too thick? When you get to my age, you can't help but light fires under those that need it. And that lad needed it, something fierce, so I lit a raging bonfire under his heart. Just had to work. Members that were already there, that burning desire of his to help the downtrodden. God, somebody help! We should go see what's going on. Oh, giant monster, of course. What's he gonna attack with? Oh, he punched it! God damn. Is he a monk now? Sounds like he was a lancer before, but apparently he's had monk training now. Yeah, growl, growl. Ooh! Oh no! He's injured. We better go help. Oh, what's wrong with me? Not so fast, Spark. If someone jumps to his rescue again, that fire is lit will be snuffed out. We need to think of a way to help him that doesn't involve doing all the heavy lifting. Rise from the ashes of defeat and be reborn. He's right. You're our sunshine savior, so save us. Give that beast what for. They really have faith in me. Yeah, do it. Do it. I can't let them down. I must uphold the reputation of the Sunside Savior. Oh, God. Yeah, the one who wrote this part was a big Super Sentai fan. Bathe in the flames of my rebirth. Bathe in the flames of the Phoenix. Damn, he really has gotten some monk training. That was impressive. He's the Red Ranger, so somebody's gonna need to get him the rest of his team. And each member of the team can have a different primal associated with them. The Blue Ranger can be Leviathan. Yellow Ranger... Ramu, maybe? Or Ramu or Titan. Actually, Titan makes more sense. He has yellow glowy bits. White Ranger can be Shiva. Green Ranger can be Garuda, maybe? There can be Purple Ranger can be Ramu. Are you okay? That was so frightening, but so exciting at the same time. I'm gonna write about you in my diary. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chloe's safe, it's all because of you. I was only... Never mind that. You're most welcome, of course. I'm not sure what to call what just happened, but the word miracle comes to mind. Did I truly vanquish that bloodthirsty brute of a shark? That you did, and without a single scratch on our guests. You showed them what the Sunshine Shaver stands for and gave them a display they won't soon forget. All on your own, too. It's invincible, eh? Get yourself checked. Wouldn't want you to be... Yeah. Sparks and I will keep an eye on things here in case any other seaborne preyers decide to try their luck. Ah, you've returned. Thanks you to Talk of the Adventurers Guilds on the lips of all in Costa del Sol. As far as I'm concerned, we consider the Sunshine Savior a rousing success and a boon for the guild. It deserves a standing ovation for the bravery displayed. Taking down a fiend like that and keeping the young ones safe is a feat very few can boast of. As my vision dimmed, I heard Sparks call out to me. It was his words that delivered me from the brink and allowed me to go further still. They might call me a Sunshine Savior, but you're the true hero of the day. You've given me the courage to go on alone, and for that there is no way I can repay you. Aw. Indeed, our Savior had a Savior of his own, a fact we're all grateful for. Mine to make you an honorary Sunshine Savior. Suit and all. Wear it well and don't see how many more of these I have stashed away. Go on, forget your worries and take in your fill of the festivities. The Moonfire Fair is safe so long as Lionel stands as its guardian. I shall remain vigilant for all signs of trouble. If aught appears to threaten the peace, I'll be there to stop it. Woo, seasonal event complete. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and talk to this one and see. Really? Is that all they have? I was hoping for, like, cool stuff. Are there any other merchants around here? Might have better things? No? Okay. Well then, in that case... we won't sign up for the main scenario. We'll sign up for Alliance raids. Still, we'll teleport back to Limsa. And we may start the quest as soon as. Ooh, wait. Before we do that, I want to go to our inn room and drop off that gear I just got. So, the aft castle. Right, I turned my heating on for a bit because it was a bit cold in my house. So I'm going to need to turn it off in a moment and also go grab a drink. Alright, so first to the armoire. Okay. Ba-da-ba. Holding on to that. Oh, they boosted the numbers. We're now at 800. Okay, can't use that yet. Can't use. Okay. Just checking for ones that can't be used. Or do we have any that are finished with? Yes. We're finished with Thaumaturge. I'm gonna go through all the classes and check. Make sure everyone's got their best possible gear. Yep. Monk's good. Dragoon is good. Ninja is good. That pinged, so let's get back to it. And when it's... We can't skip the cutscenes, so while it's... Well, we can, but if anyone's doing it for the first time, we'll be stuck, so I'm gonna go grab my drink and get the key while it's loading. Oh, that's gonna time out at this rate. Healer, what are you doing? Yep, of course. But it pops straight away again because healers are rare, but not that rare. Also, we're number 1 in the queue right now, so... Come on. Last DPS. We had 15 earlier. Where is this one? There we go. Ah, the tower. Nice. Damn, this place looks nicer. Have they done some updates? I've updated the textures. Either that or it's been that long that I just don't remember what it originally looked like. Come on. Beat the big one. I do kind of wish they'd actually shorten these alliance raids just a little bit. Just have the bosses, none of the fodder enemies. Ooh, I got one of them. I don't think I've ever seen what happens when somebody gets them all. Like, I've seen it light up. I've only ever seen like 2 bits light up. We nearly won. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna say need for that. I don't know if I have that yet, so we do. Oh look, a giant dragon. Going. Ah, no. We can do this. We win. What will be the next bit of loot? Meow. I is playing Final Fantasy XIV.
I thought that. I was looking and thinking for a second, wait, what is that?
Yeah, I promised the other half that I will finish the story of it. I'm actually close to the end. Like, I'm in the middle of, I'm about to start Endwalker. So, it's only one expansion. Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way. They've now, when the 6.5 update comes out, they're going to be making the free trial go right up to the end of the second expansion. It already goes up to the end of the first, so it's nice that they're expanding it that far, because it means that it's only 2 expansions behind. Which, that's still pretty goddamn good. Most games don't give you it. Most MMOs don't give you any of the expansions. The free trial is basically, oh no, you can get the prologue done, but after that you're gonna have to pay. Like, oh, it is. It is a lot of game, but it's a lot of good content. Like, yep. Yeah, exactly. And the best part is, because of the way they designed the game, you can play every class on one character. You don't have to make multiple characters to try every class. So you could get through the free trial, get every class up to level 70, and then pay for the 2 expansions. It's also a reasonably priced thing. Yeah. Yep. It's like it's £60 for 6 months, roughly. For an MMO, that's pretty good. And again, lots of content. His party is dying. Why would you lure the big boss over to beside the thing that protects us from his one-shot kill move? You numpties. It really does show from everything I've heard about it. Like, they got the design of Ramu has been fairly consistent throughout the years, but in 16 it's just pretty much identical to his 14 incarnation. So.
And it's also the fact that a lot of the boxes come with an advert for Final Fantasy 16.
That does not surprise me.
People more or less been joking it, and he is constantly on that grind to get more and more and more.
15 advertised 14. Final Fantasy VII advertised 14. Everything advertises 14 because it is their big money maker right now. Like, even if you take into account the cost of, like, paying the people who manage the servers, they're making their money back and then some. Yeah, but it's... Yep. Yep, it gets people coming back for more. Plus, they're constantly adding new content as well. But some of that content is definitely designed with these subscriptions in mind. In that you have to, like... You only get a limited number you can do of each part of that quest per day. So... You have to keep your subscription going if you want to finish the entire block line. Which part of me feels that's a bit predatory, but at the same time, it's the MMO model. I'm trying to think of what exactly we would be referring to, but... Really? Huh. Ow. I mean... Ah. Ah. Wait, Battlefront 2 is EA. Yeah. 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 Honestly, it's a problem with AAA publishers in general, really.
Hitman, the Deus Ex game also, they had like a really weird attitude to them. Like those games were like making them money, like a quite no. Even if it wasn't huge blockbuster stuff, it was still, oh, this is making you a good amount of money. And they
Yeah.
seem to be like a lot of the time convinced of, no, we don't think it's worth the time to invest more things. So it's like it's clearly making you a profit.
Yeah, which is...
A chunk of the attitude seemed to be they seem to be basing a lot of their attitude on their like the more Western stuff they bought, more on how it was selling just in Japan, not globally. Because there was a lot of the Western stuff they bought up weren't big sellers in Japan, but if you take into account everywhere else, it was making money.
Yeah.
Just by territory, not so much in Japan.
Yeah.
Like for instance, the two Deus Ex prequels they didn't sell that well in Japan. But take into account everywhere and, oh, this has made you a good amount of money. And they pretty much shut down the third of the prequels because they were convinced, oh, it's not warranting the time. It's like, you have made a good amount of money off this.
It happens. Like, it's...
The good thing is they sold off a couple years ago nearly all the Western stuff they bought up. So a lot of stuff that they were like actively blocking being made seems either either in development again or very likely to relaunch in development within the near future.
Well, I guess we can only hope.
It's like, I forget who bought them, but IDOS Interactive, more or less not that long after the purchase, more or less said that they were already pretty much doing a lot of precursory market research into making the third Deus Ex prequel that they'd been intending to make for like a long time, and Square Enix had been blocking them. And a different company who had bought the rights to the old Legacy of Kain series of Square Enix were actively asking people on Twitter, we're thinking of relaunching this series, but we have a few ideas of what to do with it. What would people like to see out of it? And their whole things were either a remaster and polish a complete remake of the original game, or an entirely new entry into the series. The response to these things were pretty clear that yes, people would like these things. What was Square Enix smoking?
Their own fumes.
Yeah. Also, I don't extend that criticism to the Square Enix's development teams. They've largely been doing some pretty wonderful work with their stuff. It seems to be, the business suits, the execs end of Square Enix. It seems to be just really weird with the company lately.
Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised.
That's often pretty common for the bigger companies. I know some of the recent fuss that Polish company CD Projekt Red's been having largely revolved out their actual dev teams, fantastic people. It's the business end of it that was causing a bunch of the fuss around like Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I mean, look at if we look at other games, Mass Effect Andromeda, great game in theory, right? But a lot of its problems purely stem from a year into development, when they were given 2 years. The upper execs decided we don't want to pay for external development software anymore, so we had some of our team make our own development suite that's just ours, and because it belongs to us, we don't have to pay anyone else for it, so it'll save us a lot of money, so we want you to start using it. Unfortunately, you can't export anything from the old programs to this new program, so you're gonna have to start over from scratch. And yeah, that in turn caused a shit ton of problems.
The most notorious one being how weird the animations were on launch.
Yeah, they did eventually fix that, but...
So I will say, I've played it through Game Pass, and how it is now, great. I would honestly say it's a great game.
Yep.
But if I played it at launch, I'd fully agree that, no, this was not great at launch. This absolutely needed more time.
Oh, God, yeah.
I know Mass Effect, even on smaller things, has had that exact same problem of essentially the dev teams having a perfectly fine time, and then some exec being like, no, we need you to do this, and half the time it's like borderline last minute they're asking them to do it as well.
Yep. And the thing is, we can't blame the developers for getting this short end of the stick when their executives are being dumb. People do, because they don't understand that side of development, but...
It's like, I know originally Mass Effect 3 was not intended to have multiplayer, because, well, the main thing about it was a big single-player campaign, especially if connected. The multiplayer exists, essentially, because some of the execs were like, oh, there's a lot of multiplayer stuff that's really, really big right now, we want you to put that in Mass Effect. And they were, like, pretty far into development of 3 when they were told to do this. I think it's honestly a miracle that the multiplayer they ended up putting in was actually an alright multiplayer.
People still play it, even though it didn't get ported to Legendary Edition. So they're actually booting up the old version of the game just to play the multiplayer.
I just think, considering everything around how it exists, it's borderline a miracle it ended up an actually pretty decent multiplayer
Yep.
mode. And every now touching it, I know Dragon Age Inquisition had a multiplayer as well for the exact same reason. Essentially, there's a lot of multiplayer that's really big right now. The Mass Effect 3 one did pretty decently. We want you to put it in Dragon Age Inquisition as well.
Which is stupid. I don't understand developers sometimes for how they make these decisions.
I'm pretty sure a chunk of it is this business end of the execs of these companies themselves do not actually understand what goes into the actual development of it. Because quite a lot of the time, you really cannot ask a developer to do something so last minute because there has to be a lot of stuff that has to be taken into account on trying to put stuff like that in.
Yep.
And potentially putting something like that in can interrupt the rest of your code and cause new problems. I know while it ended up actually cancelled, one of the things that delayed what was meant to be a newer Legacy of Kain series from Square Enix was also that exact same logic of, we want you to put a multiplayer mode in this Legacy of Kain game. Legacy of Kain has always been a very narrative-driven single-player experience, even so much as the actual game mechanics have shifted a bit from game to game. And Square Enix is like, no, it has to have a multiplayer mode in.
Yeah.
The annoying thing is the game that was meant to go in, they ended up cancelling because it ended up having a problem with one of the game mechanics that the development team actively told
Can
them.
I make my interview?
The developers actively told them, we are having an issue with one of the game mechanics, but we know what is causing it. If you can give us about an extra month or so on it, we can probably fix it. And Square Enix was essentially told them, no, we're shutting the whole thing down. The game was pretty much finished.
Yeah, which is stupid.
They then later dug back up the multiplayer thing they brought out and put it in as an early access title just called Nosgoth.
Wow.
And then that got shut down eventually. A lot of these bigger games companies seem to be run by suits and officers who have never actually been game developers and have no idea.
They're not even... I bet most of them are actually not even gamers either.
No.
Because they clearly don't understand anything about what we actually want.
I'm pretty sure that's definitely the case for EA. I'm pretty sure a number of their various higher-ups have pretty much been like, oh, we think the video games are stupid, but we're in it because of them.
That sounds about right. Literally does not surprise me. Ah, well, what can you do?
Yeah. By and large, I haven't criticism of the game's company. I'm almost never directing it towards the actual game developers as they work their asses off.
Oh, yeah.
And it's generally not them causing problems.
Nope. It's generally the higher-ups who need to get a fucking clue. Ah, well. I am just gonna continue putting all of my gear into glamours now, because they've extended the thing for glamours. So I am gonna make the most out of that. I wish they'd just make it infinite already. Or at least extend it so that it lines up with the total number of gear that's actually in the game. Or at least unique styles.
Something I came across this morning that sounds both quite funny but also very on brand for letting this game company is, if you're playing single player for the recent Baldur's Gate 3, there is more than a few instances of a NPC might start a conversation with whatever character you're directly controlling in your
Mm-hmm.
party. In a lot of those instances, you can actually still switch to a different character who isn't in that conversation and just essentially muck about while the conversation is ongoing.
Huh.
There is more than a few instances of people exploiting it to essentially skip boss battles. As in, a villain will essentially approach, say you're playing as your own designed main character,
Yeah.
they'll essentially, start a conversation with your main character. It'll basically be the big villain speech, and more than a few people have ended up jumping to a different party character while the villain is making their big speech, going up to the villain and pushing him, which is great when you're in the middle of a forest that has a ravine. So it's like, oh,
Wow.
not this is meant to have a boss fight, not anymore. Hi, you've killed this big villain by pushing him off a cliff during his big speech.
It shouldn't be possible to do that, but at the same time, it tracks.
I will say, for the kind of stuff Larian puts in their Divinity games, it's incredibly on brand for them. Especially the original Sin spin-offs of the Divinity games. That actively, both of those actively seem to revel in this whole thing of, as much as it's a top-down strategy game, also having the immersive sim thing and the kind of, there is a consistent set of rules and mechanics in this world. If you can do something that falls within those mechanics, everything you do is legitimate.
Yep.
If you can find a way to exploit those mechanics, great, have fun is their attitude. It's not a glitch if you're having fun.
Which is honestly an attitude certain developers have had. Like, one of the big reasons why the Grand Theft Auto series has the thing of police being so fucking aggressive and crashing into you all the time is because that was a glitch in the original game that playtesters loved the shit out of. So they pretty much went, okay, we'll keep it.
I know that was basically the attitude that the director of the original Deus Ex had as well. As far as he was concerned, is this, even if it is a glitch, is it stopping you advancing from the game?
Yeah.
No. Are you having fun with it? No. Then it's not a problem. It doesn't need fixing. But part of one of the things he was trying to do with the original Deus Ex was this world has a consistent set of rules. It is up to you of how you use them to advance. He pretty much said, I knew I was onto a right idea when in early playtesting, players were finding ways around problems we hadn't even considered when building those levels. It's like, yeah, we're onto something here, we're keeping that. He's actively went on record saying something that's sort of a glitch in the original game, but he thinks it's actually great because the fact that it's actually exploiting some of the game mechanics and people were having fun with it, so as far as he's concerned it's not a problem, is you can technically use wall mines in that game to make ladders of walls.
Ha!
It's because when you place them down in the world as like attached to a wall, it's very, very slight, but it does have a actual physical presence that if you can get the angle just right, you can jump on it. So people have essentially been like, place mine on wall, get the angle right, jump up. Now I'm balanced on this mine, but it's not going to set off as a friendly fire thing. Okay, set down a new one, get the angle and jump right. Very slowly climbing up a wall using mines.
Which is just brilliant, and I love it.
Apparently, the original director didn't realize this was doable, but when he saw people doing it, his response was essentially, great.
It is great when developers actually respect players for finding things and decide, fuck it.
Yeah. Because it's in his attitude to a lot of what he makes is it interfering with your, are you having fun with it? Is it interfering with your game? If it's no to interfering and yes to having fun, it's not a problem, just leave it in.
Yep. That is a better attitude to have versus some developers who are like, no, you're not supposed to do that. Take it away.
His whole attitude is, for me, by and large, games are meant to be there to have fun. There's no sense in taking away a thing that people are having fun with if it's not interfering with anything.
Oop, was I meant to put that one away? What did I just put away that I... I think I want to keep that one in. Where'd it go? There, no. Oops, I want to keep that. Silly me. The stuff I want to get rid of is stuff that can't be equipped by any class right now, or else I have a better version of it. Okay, we can't use that one yet, or that one, or that one.
From what I've heard as well, there is an achievement in Baldur's Gate 3 because an equipable weapon is a sausage of salami. And from what I understand, there is an achievement for killing somebody with salami.
That does not surprise me.
And saying the way the developers of this company, Larian, work, yeah, it feels very them. Like, I definitely get, as much as it leans into some more direct official D&D, a lot of what I've seen of Baldur's Gate 3 definitely fits with their vibe of Divinity, which is, there is technically a serious story going on, but most of this game feels more like a fantasy parody than out-and-out fantasy.
Which is honestly a better way of handling games based on things like that. Like, even Dungeons and Dragons Online, which is an actual Wizards of Coast licensed game, which they had direct involvement in, still takes the piss out of itself.
I would say the original Baldur's Gate is full of, like, plenty of humour. I would say it's that the older Baldur's Gates feel more like this is swords and sorcery with humour. Divinity, and from what I've seen, a good chunk of Baldur's Gate 3 feels more like we are actively poking fun at swords and sorcery with this. Oh, and also here's this main story, which is basically how a lot of Divinity works. Though it's also very clear it's not being done to be like
malicious
swords and sorcery. It very much feels like we are massive nerds who love this stuff, but because we love this stuff, we can absolutely see, probably better than anyone else, its tropes and its problems, and we are absolutely going to poke fun at this. We're poking fun at this from a place of love.
Yep.
Not being like, ew, nerds.
Which is what we want, really. Alright, this class is now all set up.
Also, I have no idea the context, but one of the launch trailer they did of it actually has a certain callback to the older games. I don't think he's a companion, but you can find one of the original game's companions in this game. And it's one that very much fits with Larian's more comedic take on fantasy.
Fair.
A potential companion you could pick up, he's actually the one that Mass Effect references in the original Baldur's Gate, is the Ranger Minsk with his hamster Boo. Find Minsk and Boo in Baldur's Gate 3.
Why not? We need the hamster.
Yeah.
But I don't care about their owner. I care about the hamster.
Everybody loves
like
Boo.
The fact that the Mass Effect 3 version of it in the Citadel DLC, please send this to an animal sanctuary, as a warship is not a suitable place for. Oh, that is cold. Just because, yeah, your evil clone is a dick. He's not even really evil.
Yeah.
He's Cerberus raised, so xenophobic, which is evil. But he himself had the potential to be good. He just got raised by... Imagine if Miranda never turned around and stopped being xenophobic.
Essentially, if Miranda had never met Shepard.
Yeah. Alright, we got 2 more raids to do, and then we'll continue with... We'll actually start up Endwalker properly. Sorry that we're like 2 hours in and we haven't even gotten to that, but I really wanted to do these seasonal events and get some glamour sorted because I didn't even realize it updated that feature yet. While we're here, I could trade in the ones we're not using. I should get those out of my inventory. Let's see. This. We're holding on to that. What else are we getting rid of? Nothing from there right now. Anything from here? Yes. Anything from here? Doesn't look like it. And that. Jewelry. I should really get rid of the extras, but we'll need them later. You. Oh! This is the storm. We're with the one in Old Daw, so we can't turn in anything here. Oh well. My inventory's not that full. We'll be fine. Ooh! People have already equipped the uniform and dyed it different colors. Behold, the green Power Ranger. Oh god! That was amazing. He did a Power Rangers pose before logging out. Ah! I kind of want to get that costume and wear it. Just for the hilarity that is doing things like that. Oh god, it was specifically called the Black Ranger pose, meaning they actually have multicolored Ranger poses. I want to get them all. But that'll have to wait. Oh. Somehow he ended up on the floor. Also, what were you guys drinking last night anyways?
Which bit? Oh, that. I think that's just moderate.
No, there was a glass of something.
Oh,
It was
what?
yellowish liquid. Not piss, obviously, but...
I don't know about the yellowish liquid. I know I had a glass that was a little bit of the bottle of wine that was left over. Yeah, I'm not drinking the yellowish one. I might actually bin some of that, to be honest.
I just remember it was down. It was down there, and I walked into it,
Oh,
so a little
sorry.
bit spelt.
I think that probably was some of that. I just exactly that. Probably forgot to put it down.
Probably. And now we wait for the queue to pop. I should really do... Nah, actually, this one takes too long, so I'm gonna withdraw from it. Normal raids would probably take just as long. I'm just gonna go into the story. Let's see, I was gonna play Monk. It was my original class when I first started playing. It's the one I want to continue with right now. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. This is gonna be fun. Hello, Grahatia's staff.
We've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Fair. They've almost finished the... Yeah. Oh, right. They're reading this part out.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Yeah, it is. And you are still fabulous. Like, I'm glad these guys kept their Shadowbringers outfits instead of reverting to their outfits from before. They're a lot nicer.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Wow.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Huh.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Wow. That's how they met? Wow, Thancred. You've always been a little shit.
Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
I'm sure you would.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Probably.
Sir Estinian?
The Edgelord.
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
And?
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Estinian,
You've
little
made your
shit.
point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Do you not want to come with?
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Yes.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
You don't have to stay behind. You can come with. Nothing is stopping you from coming with. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
She can manage our finances while abroad, surely. Oh goody, we're getting met by these guys. Or we can leave it to these guys, I'm sure they'll manage.
What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Oh goody.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
That's what these guys are for. They protect the guild coffers. Or somebody does.
We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Good for you.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
Charlian.
It's
Longest time I
time.
thought it was pronounced Charlayan.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Ba, 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 ba.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be Be careful.
Other people are going there, but what business do other people have in Charlan? Or are those just the crew of the ship?
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Oh God, who's talking to us?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Wait. It sounds like...
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
This voice sounds familiar.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Who is that?
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Really? That's... I thought so. I thought that was who I was hearing. But wait. Isn't he dead? Didn't we kill him
And there,
personally?
in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Well, here we go. Huh. I thought Charlene was a lot further away for that. That's just a hop, skip and a jump away, really. True. Oh God, the song playing in the background.
Here.
Oh wow, it's been a while, Heidelin.
Feel. Think.
So, Heidelin, having a
The day
conversation.
has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Yep.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Do we not get beds on this ship?
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
The ship certainly is big enough. You'd think we would have rooms with beds, instead of just sleeping hunched against a wall. Or on tables. It's an interesting choice to have this song playing in the background. Oh, hello. That looked familiar. That looked like an old friend. No. Has Heidelin taken a physical form to talk to us?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
I'm sorry. You have been a sentient crystal this entire game.
Here.
Why do you suddenly have a body?
Think.
The fuck is this?
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Okay! So, why now, Heidelin? Why am I meeting you face to face for the first time like this? Also, why do you have the same mask?
I believe you have your answer.
That one of our friends had.
You have gained
Actually,
an
that's probably,
understanding
that's
of
not a
what I
coincidence.
truly am. What Heidelin has always been. A primal.
Yep.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse, which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him.
And that's why you dress in white robes. Like the, they're identical to what the Asians wear. This human form is probably based on the human that gave the ancient who gave up their body or life to become the host of Heidelin.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Oh. Okay, that is a problem.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
Okay.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Okay.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms.
Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciate it. Welcome to the Fennec
Which will
Legion.
decide the fate
I
of
hope
this
you enjoy your
world
time with
and
us.
all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable,
Alright.
then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Promise? What is this promise?
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's
Really?
just over yonder.
Thank you, random sailor, for interrupting this monumental
I will
moment.
not keep you further.
No, stay,
Your
please.
traveler's heart must yearn to
Please.
behold this
I want to
unfamiliar
ask you so many questions. Please?
We shall meet again, and soon.
We better. I have so many questions for her. Well, time to see our new, well, place that we're visiting.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Not yet, actually.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
If not, we'll push everyone else out of the way.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
There's plenty of room. There's no one else here, really.
There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
Yep.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not.
Did
the
you not hear what
comrades who
Estinian said
boarded
about
this
not
ship
wanting to
at
use
your
titles?
side. I prithee.
There again, you've always been formal like that, Oriange. Never change.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Ba, 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 da, ba.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper.
And I am going to go exploring. Definitely
There is
wore
no
the right
greater
outfit
concentration
for
of
this.
wisdom in all the world.
We're
I
all
am
nice
confident
and formal.
that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Ba-da. Looking for something? Well, here we go. We're going into Endwalker.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
Ooh, this place is pretty.
Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean
pretty
boots set
Aetherites,
hostile
too.
foot on Alamegan soil.
Yep.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
They can't escape war forever. Eventually, Garlemald will set their eyes on Sharlayan and try and conquer it themselves.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Probably.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
They shouldn't.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
True.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries.
Not that there are any neutral
But from a
countries.
practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Yay.
May.
Yeah. May is the problem.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
Okay.
The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
Okay.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Okay.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Okay.
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Yes, let's. Why do these offices not have walls?
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Yep.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Yep, of course. It's a little easier for them.
Ishtola rule.
Ishtola. What's that?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Okay, that's pretty cool. And clever.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Oh, this is gonna be a problem. I think their grandfather was poorly viewed.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Oof.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Their father is a dick. I look forward to getting to slap him in the face.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Yep.
Name and occupation?
Ooh, I have to say my occupation. Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
Should have said artisan, because that's also true.
And you, sir?
Ooh.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Ooh, what will it say about him?
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Ooh. Yeah, it's unemployed. Just say unemployed.
If you'll allow me.
Ah, Kryl coming to the rescue.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Thank you, Kryl.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Wow.
I
Condescending
have every confidence
much.
in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
God, this entire nation needs a slap up the side of the head.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Meow.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear.
Doesn't seem that long, considering
There is
the
much to
location.
discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Yes. I want to explore the city a bit.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Charlian.
Oh yeah, everyone else has been here before, but this is our...
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Ha!
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Well, here we are. Time to go off wandering. Because as if I'm just gonna stand around and... Okay, I should actually continue the story. Get these guys moving on, and then I can go meet up with them somewhere. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. What's my eye level for my weapon right now? Pretty sure it's higher than what that is offering. Sorry, where does it say my eye level? There, 530, and this is 515, so it would be worse. And I think any weapon will be the same story. So, still, I shouldn't not use the chest. We can at least see what it gets us. And worst case scenario, I just have to break it down for materials. Yeah, thought so. Oh, we can't desynthesize it. That's annoying. Oh well, we'll deal with that later. Yeah, I'll probably sell it in a bit. What's going on with her? Oh, she's turned around. Okay. What's with the... I thought the way she's standing was weird. Her outfit is just very similar at the front and back. I thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Spark City's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I should not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I know anon is again one of those things they use for, like, flavor. I'm not really a fan of it. I wish they just said soon. The nobility using it, I'm fine with, but regular people, not so much. To places I would be remiss to not be visiting forthwith. By thy leave. Like him, Oriange using that kind of thing is fine, because he's very formally spoken. It doesn't really fit Thancred as much. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That will be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Of course, if you'll have me. I keep forgetting that within that, while most people will call him Graha, the G apostrophe is just his tribe name, so his proper name is Raha. That is what a lot of people are going to call him. Of course, if you will have me. Come, Sparks. Shalian awaits. Ooh, new audio cue for quests. Nice. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Will now accompany you. Keep him at your side or proceed with quest objectives. In the event you use the Ethernet, we'll catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave behind, however, by entering a different area. Speak to him and select the option to part ways. Speak with him at the original location. Accompany you. Next, try speaking with Cryle. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusing enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Cryle is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand. Speak with Cryle at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the going area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Okay. Discuss the storage facility. I thought most people... Oh, a lot of people would. And admittingly, he is cute, so... With all the... I preferred him when he had, heterochromia, though. Thought it looked nicer. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer will be highly appreciated. The reason why you couldn't undertake any task that pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officer, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated the same way it is in yours, yeah. Talk. Great to have crowds helping me reacquaint myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as it were. This place is called the Peristo. It is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlene's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Come on, let's head to the cafe. You may not see so at glance at the Last Stand is actually a very important part of the city. Anything else to say? No. Okay. Well, while we're here, we'll just attune to this aetherite. The Scholar's Harbor. To an extent, probably. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Valdesian, I was usually quartered on the island of Vow. I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Brilliant. Oh, okay, nothing new to add there. Discuss the statue. This planet leads outwards toward the sea known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of a scholar which stands at its end. As you know, Charlene people prize the accumulation of wisdom of all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, more about practice and belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of Sadish guardians. The Vigilantes can and do worship the deity of their choosing. I'm sorry, did you say he? That's a he? Okay! I see we're continuing the trend of blending of anime-esque things saying fuck gender norms. Which is good. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Shalian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Arkan loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. Oh god, this sounds awful. I'm just gonna reread this for you so you can hear it. The food is, it's bland and encapsulated by our infamous Arkan loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. This entire nation are culinarily bland, and that is no. How dare you? How dare you bring me to this flavorless town? I am going to throw spices into every one of your meals and make you guys learn to appreciate good cooking. It's the Britain of this world.
I wasn't going to say anything, but it sounds like you discovered England.
Oh. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. At least we got one place we can eat decent food. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself, because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We shall stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall I press on? The stairs beside the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. To the Aetheryte Plaza. Hold on. I want to get the Aetheryte that's over here first. Ah, this is actually where we'll be heading, the annex. It's quite nice, if this is her home. Let's tune to it so it can glow. And if this is... I love how every expansion gives us unique Aetherites. Like, that is really pretty. Unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it is perfectly functioning. Better tune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make the mention of the confluence. A research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Shaolin stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads us northeast to the Agora, Shalian's largest marketplace. Well, before we do that, there are some conversations to be had around here. Kryle, would you like to tell us about the confluence more? That's the entrance to the confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while. I tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry service. was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tattoo informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. Ah, so we'd have to fill out paperwork to get reimbursed. Of course. Of course we would. Weh. Okay, they've got a market board here. That's nice. Alright, Kryle, where are we now? These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like. We won't wait around for you. I'll return here later then. I'm sorry, what? Why is arcing loaf of herring? That sounds wrong. Ugh. I'm pretty sure I have the recipe somewhere myself. Hold on. Let's go grab the Final Fantasy 14 cookbook. Breads. There's an entire section of this book just for bread. Bread is on page 65. Let's see if it actually has the Archon loaf or if it's just got other things. Bacon bread, cornbread, honey muffin, guardian muffin, knight's bread, walnut bread. Nope, they don't have the Archon loaf, which is a shame. I'm kind of curious about it now. And maybe they'll release a volume 2 for the Final Fantasy 14 cookbook with more recipes. I'll probably wait until they've got a few more expansions. Okay. Hello, Kryle. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes in various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. Let's head back to the Red Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up that imposing building at the very top. Okay, well first, before we do that, I see 2 Aetherites over this side of the map. So I'm gonna go and head over to them first. Then we'll go over there. Because I am not missing out on anything. Also, why are we walking so slow? Sprint! And a tune. I imagine we're leaving Kryle behind right now because she has little legs. Surprisingly, she's managing to keep up. She's a lot faster than she looks. Aha, we are done there. And now we go to climb the stairs to go up to that big building. I do like that that when they showed the Sharlayan place back in Heavensward, they actually kept the architecture of that place in mind when designing this place. Like, they could have easily just said, oh no, that was just a style for that one particular location. Wow, you guys caught up fast. Discuss the water features. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Alaba were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliac's divine ewer. This is the reason we see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and the propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. That is fair. All of that is very valid. Now I'm just gonna sync up with this other aetheryte net shard. And then over here for the actual story. Corial. The grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into the council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. I'm boring you, Ra. You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Actually, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew to town, the community, the Crystarium. You can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors will object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Oh. So we were going over there anyways. Okay. Are we not going to go over to Tranquility? Yeah, we probably go there as part of the story later. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nekref built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Beltesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path before the Aetherite Plaza. Correct. After you, Sparks. Well, I am going to walk over there, but first, we're going to head over to Tranquility, because that appears, if I'm not reading this wrong, to be the last... Wait, no. Instead of going that way, I can see that there is a conversation topic. And we'll just go to where the next story takes us. I'm sure we'll visit the studium later. Don't we look fancy, though, with this outfit? I do love how formal we look in it. It's one of the few classes I have that's actually high enough leveled. Discuss journey's end. Right, we crossed the bridge here, as I recall. Stick a path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Charlene is full of educational research institutes, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residents. Perhaps the twins can tell you more about them. So one of those houses is bigger than the others. I'm sure we'll meet the Levier's parents soon. I think we've met their father, which is how they ended up disowned. But I'm honestly having trouble remembering some parts from towards the end of the game, or the end of the post Shadowbringers content. As a joyous look on Raha's face, something I inform you, this is the Baldasian Annex. If you go up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorsteps of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Oh goody, we're going inside. Ooh. Wow, a front desk. I'm back, and I brought Sparks and Raha with me. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Sparks. I've heard many tales of your exploits. Oljika? Oljika Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Oljika Sunika, Administration's Officer for the students of Aldasia. He... Again. That's a he? He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ijika. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite shocked to hear what's become of the Isle. Do good care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course. But we often had occasion to visit Charlian, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodging for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. It feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. A day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the telephori fall. Through that door on the left, there's the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Okay, and what's on the right? Once everyone and I have said this, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I have had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. Thus it became known among the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Today the world will be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Cool. I want to go look at... Aw. Welcome back, Sparks. Ready for a nap? Clean sheets and warm blankets. Rest as long as you like. Yeah, let's go check out our room. Okay, so one, we get a gorgeous table with some very nice chairs, a little lounge thing, a proper wardrobe, our armoire, our glamour dresser. I'm sorry, but this is nicer than any of the rooms we've ever had. I mean, look at this. You have a proper bathing station with loads of towels. And desks with, oh my goodness, so many books. Look at those bookshelves. Ah, this is beautiful. I love it. Ah. Okay, there's a mender. We should probably repair our gear. No? Okay. Alright. Graha! Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to pick up notes or documents such and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members or a thank you card. Wow. Tradition that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create true... Well. Enter the main hall. Huh. It's very sparse. I was expecting it to be like wall to wall with books. Well, they got plenty of maps and diagrams and such. And star charts. God, the world map. It's hard to believe that when this game first started, this landmass was all that existed. But now we've got the Isle of Valo, but then what did we get added? We got all of this added in one of the expansions. And then all of this added in another, and then this has been added, and now we've got over here as well. Like, there's so much. I really do look forward to visiting these new places. Hello, Kryle. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon. I suggest you stay join us. Okay.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
Uh-huh.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Yep.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
Okay.
The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Charlian, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
Okay, so it does kind of bug me whenever somebody says, as most of you know, or as you all know. As you all know is worse, because if you all know, why are we reiterating this? The only person that benefits is the audience, and it's very deliberate. As most of you know is slightly better, because it implies that there are people there who don't know this information, so it's being reiterated for them. So it is better, but still a bit annoying.
The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Ugh, that's awful.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Yep.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Wow.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Recalcitrance? Really? We're going that formal? God damn it. Give me a moment. Recalcitrant means having an obstinately uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline. I don't think you're using that in the right context here. No, a person with an ostensibly uncooperative attitude. Right, uncooperative attitude is the term. Okay.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A good question.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it.
No shit.
As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
Okay.
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Looking at all these pictures, it's amazing.
Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Huh, never been there.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Oh goody, we get to deal with another one.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
Okay.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
Okay.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Of course they have.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Yep.
But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yep.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Of course. The Thavnair one, though, can't be done without us, so...
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Makes sense.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Okay. That's...
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
That's fair.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner.
So that's Thancred, Oriange, and Estinian.
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
Okay.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Uriange.
Yep. Huh.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
I feel like one more person should have gone with that group, but at the same time, it makes sense why they're splitting
Consider
up
this
this
hall
way.
our rendezvous point
Our
once our
more
respective tasks are
combative
complete.
ones are heading
May our
off
investigations prove
one way,
fruitful.
while our more studious ones are going the other. Meow. Complete. And we might as well as open this. It's not going to be better than what we have equipped, but let's see. It'll have to be something that's... I'm level 530 before it's better. And even then, at a certain point, there'll be Reaper gear I'll be looking for. Unsettling changes come over Shalia, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Shalian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Nomenian. Shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archive on the western edge of the woods. Okay. Talk to these guys as well. I have Krau's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetherite. What are the rest of you? Another sea voyage will waste time we do not have. Krau was of the same mind, has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, under whose sanctuary we delivered 3, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Rita. Was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Ah! Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's sailed, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Okay. So going on that mission is going to take us far away from this area. So I'm going to stick with the missions that are in Sharlayan itself. To that end, this one first. Before we continue, though, I'm just gonna quickly see about sorting out myself some lunch, so I will be right back. Alright, so we got 5 minutes during which my food will be cooking. Then I need to rotate it. Oop, what am I doing? Okay, we have a bunch of side quests to do as well. I'm gonna go pick those up. Because I intend to do every side quest. I'm not just gonna blitz through to the end of the game. That's boring. Alright, the Hunter of Specimens. Okay, do my eyes deceive me? Or are you Sparks Narrowed? Yes, I am. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? But you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventure of your caliber would never turn down challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray, speak with Northada the Peristil to register your interest at the earliest convenience. Okay. I shall do that. This just unlocks the local hunts. I'm Northada. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the skull of your Sparks, I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Gleaners Guild ship has been posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes capable individuals would take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against another fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You didn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the reward we offer are as fine as you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you might find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as guild here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half creatures they send you after, but I find it best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Cool. They're now accessible. Awesome. What? Associated with Veil once you have fulfilled certain conditions within the main scenario. Okay. What's this? Leave mates. Why can't I take this? Ah, discipline of hand or land at level 80. I don't think I have any. Yep, I do not. Not on this character anyways. My other character does. So, I'll take those up with them. Eventually. Right now. Over to what I can only assume is... I don't know. Where's the lighthouse around here? Does that big statue act as the lighthouse? Or is this the lighthouse? Where is the lighthouse around here? Every port needs one. I find it concerning that I don't see anything that screams lighthouse around here. But Beth Iron, I beg pardon, good sir. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't have to venture my niece robot, would you? So it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Okay. Dear, and hand me that log of yours about how she helped to embark. Okay, so we're getting more for the sightseeing log here. Oop. There's the food. Stop. Give me a moment while I go and sort that out. So, be right back. Yay. Food will be ready soon. Now. Whee! Boop, 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 boop. Also, might as well just keep it ready. We got a few more quests. Doll Dash, Scholarly Perspective. One of the good things about this, about the expansions, the more recent ones, is that they've tried to make it so that the quests, the experience you get from them, scales with your level. However, with that in mind, I am going to be sticking to using the classes that are at level, with whichever quest I'm doing. Just because I feel like it'll be more fun that way. So right now we're sticking with Monk because it was my original class. We'll probably switch to something else later. Okay, this quest is going to get us pants. If I ask you for help, you'll help me, won't you? You will? Good, because I'm having a problem with a runaway doll. A doll? That's right, all I did was lend him a little ether and he hopped up and dashed off down the street. God damn it! You made a sentient doll. Of course it was a present from your parents. Furious for losing a toy I kept asking for. Alright. Search from Yellow Carbuncle. Head north. Well, I'm not gonna give up. I will look for the doll. And then slap the child afterwards for losing it. I mean, really, child. I love that these weapons that we're using right now store away so neatly. Alright, where is it? It's around here somewhere. It's gonna be hiding. There you are. Don't run off again. You find a yellow, lifeless expression inside. It appears to be otherwise motionless. Lifelike expression, rather. I hope she didn't just hide the doll. Or lose it. And make up this story. Because I could see her doing that. Child. Children do silly things. Like shoving ether into a doll. Like, that story could easily be true, and more than likely it's just a tall tale to try and persuade us to help because she just lost it. Alright, little girl. Here you go. Wasn't there, I don't think I'll ever see him again. Here you go, child. Found him, just like Big Mooney would have. Oh, that's why I called the neighbor who used to play with me. She was so tall and smart and always so nice. She'd tell me stories about her friend, a powerful wizard who could summon his very own carbuncle companion. That's why I wanted one for myself. I have to learn how to move him around better, though, so when Mooney comes back, she can see how... She's talking about Breda. And the carbuncle thing is probably mine. My magic. Papa says that when someone helps you, you have to show your gratitude. Let's find my carbuncle. Bye! Oh, child. Your friend is never coming back, I'm sorry. And I always feel bad about that. Moonbrita deserved better. She was around for such a short span of time, and I wish we could have gotten to see more of her. So I guess it's kind of nice that they're referring back to her, seeing as it's been a while. Are you one of those adventuring types I've heard so much about? Oh, but this is perfect. I just happen to have errand of the kind that adventurers love, or so I'm told. I'm holding on to some volumes my customer ordered in. Instead of coming to pick them up, they've all decided that they want their goods delivered, so I find myself in need of a delivery person. Might that person be you? Fine. Huzzah, let me give you the details then. All in all, there are 3 books on the delivery docket. First is Guardian Astrology. It should be handed to the servant at Albright Manor. The White Yonder is for a certain talkative book lover, who you'll know with a constant stream of chatter. And the last narrow road from Deepgrass goes to one of the toughest, most unflappable gleaners I have ever met. I'll just mark the location on the handy map, like so. The books are bond paid for, no need to collect any coin, but do return to me for your own reward. Cool. There's another quest right here. Hello, friend. Are you new to Charlian? You have that look about you. I thought as much. Oh, I'm not bothering you, am I? I so rarely meet travelers from beyond our shores, and couldn't pass up an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Can I assume a visitor such as yourself is eager to do the same? If you have an interest in learning about the city's history, for example, but I know the perfect person to give you an impromptu lesson. Head on over to Scholar's Harbor and keep an eye out for a black-haired Rogadin. That would be my brother. He'll know the tale of any pillar and statue you care to point out and will be more than happy to share it with you. Okay. So, bunch of people to talk to. And sprint! I do wish that sprint was a permanent thing instead of a... Oh, you can only use it for 20 seconds. Like, I get in real life we can't sprint endlessly, but this is a game. Let me sprint endlessly. Oh, that's a shame. Do you have an appointment? Ah, yes, one copy of Asgard astrology, just as his lordship requests. I must confess to some confusion, however. What interest would his lordship, as esteemed practitioner of Starlian astrology, have in such an outdated guardian discipline? Not that I am in any position to question his lordship's reading habits, of course. On your way, then. I mean, there's no harm in researching other people's... what other people have to say on a topic. Also, we're a practicer of astrology. Very new to it, this character is. Which is why I actually prefer my other. My other character has all the classes leveled at a same pace, so all the quests were done around when they should have been done. So I can help you with. And I honestly prefer that. Ah, is that my book? Good, I need it for my journey. I usually don't have a great deal of time for reading, but as I'm leaving for Ulthard on requisition duty, I want to do some research on Far Eastern cultures. I know little of the people of the Azim steppe. It says here that there are 51 distinct Zayala tribes, each with their own customs and traditions. The Baduga, for example, are exclusively male, are known for kidnapping male outsiders to replenish lost numbers. Is this accurate? I'll need to tread carefully, it seems. Thank you for the timely delivery. I'm pretty sure some bits of that information are outdated. Faster. I do like the looks of their little ships. It's nice to see smaller boats. Statue Gazer. Yes, was there something I might help you with? Ah, my dear sister, you say. Well, she did indeed send you to the right man. For who better to teach you about Charlian's history than a studium-certified history professor? Here, take my spyglass. Go on, take it. No time like the present to learn about the past. We shall begin your education with Divine Thalia, a scholar himself. Spectral statue may move the... Alright, just... Oop, there's my food. Before we continue this, just gonna go grab it. Also grabbing some things off my desk to make room for it. appropriately, I had a pizza box from some leftovers that I was able to reuse. So, yay. The statue is a This statue is a representation of Thalic, one of the 12 divinities of Eorzea, guardian deity of Sharlayan. As god of knowledge, he rules over rivers and wisdom. There was once a system of governance in Sharlayan known as the Ecclesia, a great gathering at which each citizen was given a voice in decisions affecting the nation's future. And it was during one such forum wherein the people voted to elect Thalic as our patron. It was not piety which drove this choice, but rather a natural progression of our principles and creeds. We Charlans have, after all, always devoted ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge. Mythology tells us that Thalic bore a magic pitcher from which poured forth the waters of knowledge. See how the water is drawn up from the canal and cascades endlessly into the sea. As well as recreating the divine Yor from the tale, it also symbolizes the wisdom which rises from our city and flows out into the world. If you would like to learn more about the mechanism by which it works, the stonemason who built it left records of the struggles in the archives and Omenion. A challenging construction by all accounts. Okay. The scholar's feat. If you've learned your history, you will know that the 6th Underworld Era brought a catastrophic flood to the lands of Eorzea. Yet when all seemed lost, the 12 Archons rose up and saved multitudes from a terrible fate. Of those 12, it was Archon Neokenth who brought our ancestors here in his ark, and together they founded what was to become the great nation of Sharlayan. The beach at the foot of Thalic's statue is the very spot where those first Sharlayans made land. I imagine how they must have felt on that day, some 1600 years ago. Okay. And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed your introduction to Sharlayan historical architecture. If we are able to do justice to the towering Thalic cover, there's one last snippet of knowledge that we simply can overlook. Come along, to the foot of the statue. Okay. To the foot of the statue. I'm gonna walk slowly, but not too slowly, so I can enjoy some of my pizza. Tiger bread crust is nice. Not as nice as sourdough, but still nice. Alright, pray direct your attention to yon door. Behind them, nestled within the statue itself, is a chamber known as the Pathless Way. Those who have acquired mastery over specialized disciplines, or whose deeds have led to significant advances in their chosen field, are invited to enter said chamber and receive the title of Archon. Place great value on the pursuit of knowledge, and thus the Archons are held in especially high regard. As the embodiment of our ideals, they are permitted to browse the forbidden archives, and have ever stood at the center of our nation's greatest achievements. Now, as for the most secret and sacred ceremony, wards on the town, I'm afraid that even I am not privy to particulars. You'll forgive me my ignorance on this subject, I hope. No, it's fine. A scholar and a gentleman. And thus concludes the lesson. Should you happen to return by the same route, pray convey my warmest regards. Yeah, I'll return to your sister. Interesting. So we might become an Archon ourselves at some point. That's good to know. Probably have to hit level 90 first. Or some other sort of objective. Though then we get the Archon tattoos. Unless we can get them somewhere other than our neck, I'd rather not. Alright, you just come back from hearing one of my brother's lectures, haven't you? That's a look I'm quite familiar with. His breadth of historical knowledge is extensive, sufficient to earn him the title of Archon helps. The problem is, if his country's field are to be officially acknowledged, he must have written recommendations from high-ranking professors. Most of his science and ceremonial concerns have been pushed to one side. XIV has away spare moment of the harbor now, just gazing out the ocean. Not having an eager student, I realized spark. I jumped at the chance to speak with you. I apologize for not being more honest with my intentions. Please accept this gift. Troubles allow me to welcome you once more, Charlian. Okay. Well, we'll keep going. We've still got loads to do. Just sticking to the quests that keep us here in Charlian first. Waiting woman. How long must I wait? Oh, forgive me, I was just thinking out loud. I had made plans to meet my paramour, you see. The time of our rendezvous was long past. I remember before his work keeps him ever so busy. And more so than usual in recent days. So he promised me he would put some time aside for me, for us. I suppose your wanderings will take you anywhere near the site today, will they? I need someone to check if he's there. I stay here, just in case. So much. Hi, sweetheart is an Ori man. Brown hair, serious and so you happen to spot him, pray convene the state of my rapidly mounting impatience. Oh well. Guess we have to go over there. Find out what's keeping him. But first... Please tell me you brought my new book. I'm waiting for what feels like ages for the latest shipment to arrive. Yes, finally. Did you know The White Yonder was written by a lad of 14 years? I myself questioned how reliable such a work could possibly be. But a Far Eastern colleague with whom I've been exchanging correspondence says he absolutely swears by it. It describes the wonders of the Abalathian Sea of Clouds in extensive detail, and is by all accounts a roaring good read. A bit about the fighting Passas is said to be an especially entertaining episode. Well, I should let you return to your base and whatnot. Thank you kindly for putting this long-awaited treat in my ever so grateful hands. Okay, we're all the way over here. So, let's go meet up with our friends. But first, Ethernet shard. I think this covers the last one in Charlian. Yep. I don't think there's any we haven't attuned to. Yay! Now we meet up with Cryle. See what she has to say. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, stand now before the doors of the Nomadian. Charlie's vast collection of books and tomes. Actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives and may extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to Nomadian's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only archives are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I especially told him how to investigate those. Miyama, Alise, and Alphino will help me continue my research with the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, should be a number of books which just touch upon Tarlin's history or foreign policy. Yours asks me to find and study relevant publications. I promise you, my working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once you found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Great, so we are only allowed on this floor? That's rude. Ah, nice security method, though, they've got there. Ooh, we found a vista. Nice. Always nice when we find places like this. More num-nums. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of Sixth Umbral Calamity, the Archon bore witness to the madness of savage men. So upon building his settlement, he said, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. John took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon foundation of accumulated learning, homeland, unlike any other, a nation born from strength of mind rather than strength of arm. Comics came shrewd trading. Knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops, engineering brought wells and sewers over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth of coin, and more that wisdom spread throughout the world, and more might carry for the whole world to thrive. And so it was, no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, as Charlian would live by their founders' teaching, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. That's a marvelous, ideal, but in practice, not the best. Now to take up knowledge of your about learning for your health and neglect to feed and rest your body as you should. I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosopher's study I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus too I share with this mantra, I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. So for me, it would be 28. Though mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. Page to follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a bio... Wow. Wrong subject. An introduction to the heavens. Have your gaze at the skies above and contemplate the mysteries contained therein. Drifting cloud patterns above the vastness beyond, of the sun and twinkling tapestry of the night. Something that could dome above us to be a finite space. Amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of the boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. However, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable and noble destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. There was the technologist of Allag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand upon our outbound existence. Ancient ambitions, however, how dangerous they feel as they wax or wane. I can tell you, nations were arranged differently in the past. Their positions continue to shift, almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future. Will it shock you to learn the stars drift further and further apart? May do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Yes. I do want to learn more, but wrong topic. Leatherbound tome. Voices of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy formats of import were decided at Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the form as we know it today conceived and created. Okay. 99 is a pretty good number. One, it's an odd number, so it means that there's always going to be a majority vote. But it also means that you can represent the vote as a percentage very easily. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thalic, the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established near outposts to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311. Scholars dispatched to Eosia found the facility wanting, and their demands encouraged an expansion of structures and services to restore to a growing community of academics. Fear the Eosia students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Azori residents took the colony itself, Sharlayan, led to no small amount of confusion when discussion turned to the subject of motherland. These Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Colonists, however, goblin treasure hunters claimed for themselves a core of the bad colony and gave it yet another name, Ildishire. The following chapters will introduce the more prominent features of Ildishire. Okay, so that one wasn't relevant to our research. This one might be. The story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, in land north of the sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Yerkemph. Student of astrology, he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was they built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that the crew hauled overboard this ark, but danger had not passed. The towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. Moments of despair, spell of teleportation, tie ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. That explains that ship there. Huh. Okay. Surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. It was not long before disputes over his willing supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, gathered to him his crew and his grateful passenger abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to a coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. On the beach of an island and sailed upon that very spot. It grew and in time became the city of Charlotte and will live into this day. Huh. Okay. Any other books, though? No? Ba-da-ba. Alright, so we go to meet up with people on this nice little spot. The movie's at 6, right?
25 to 7 or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like after 6 but before 7. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it's like, it's something like either 25 past, half past, or 25 to.
Cool. Just so I know how much time I have left.
Oh, you've got a good few hours.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm just working out what time I should wrap things up at. So, sorry, were you waiting long? No, not at all. A few seconds. Wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Krell should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no tiles in the Arcan stacks mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relative tomes, if there are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Laura is always quite fond of reading outside. It's not about the little treasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems that their father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. Hope the efforts to understand his position, that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isilbard, in fact. Generations of my people have dwelt in Corvus, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mycote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. When the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain. They might prevent the remnants of Alligan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? Just in case you weren't aware, the mic can pick you up from the kitchen. So... Of course. The answer is you're ginger. The past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrates a singular interest in elegant civilization, so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales. Decision was made to prioritize to the knowledge and traditions of Alec. As the last child born with the Alienai, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldasian who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by our Con Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn with sufficient perspicacity. The outsiders can even earn the vaulted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish to remain in a nation which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these book sparks. More company should be arriving at any moment now. And now we wait even longer. I want my crisps. I don't care which flavor, I just want one pack. Yay, my favorite. And we returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mr. Squall has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, or more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members, as our knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Anyways, may I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarok firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Oh, it looked like something interesting was going to happen there.
Oh.
He was approaching you very menacingly.
He does that.
My thanks. Now where to begin? Aww. First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew near? Realization of creation magic. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe brought havoc on all manners of life. Then to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifest in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire opening from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, had something substantial to analyze. Best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. It shall us surmise the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Yeah. Kingdom down. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this action did they take? They summoned Zodiark. But yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves as sacrifice to bring him into being. We did not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to a star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancient offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Might have had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telefori truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is Forcefield Sun Primals a kind of catalyst? They're attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics. Are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor of the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. This is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Stola, but this time we began studying these research papers. I'm blessed, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stack produced one or two possibly useful books. Boy, you can get your hopes up. If you recall, Oriange learned of the Source Reflections from the Garoon Oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of found days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they Archon or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master with the knowledge of the Telefori and their machinations, he scoffed at secession posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. That is concerning. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I would like to go and sit with Alphino. He's off on his own. Poor guy. You labor for what feels like an age as Histola's research assistant. Okay, Kryl. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. Although I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Except, ready for a tea break, Sparks? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I'll be the judge of that. We should also turn in the quests that we've got. Num 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 num. The music's good. I mean, the music of Final Fantasy games tends to always be pretty good. But it's nice that they're continuing that trend. They got some really good people working on the music. Where my shop is included not only from Shellian authors, but from all manner of foreign chroniclers and tale tellers, meaning every time a new shipment comes in, I'm faced with an avalanche of work. Okay. No, something to show my gratitude. I mean, that's barely anything, really, in terms of money. When you've got a few million. Though, I am definitely far from being one of the richest players. There are players who have in the 7 digits. I'm pretty sure. Though the economic system in this game is kind of weird. Because there is technically a limited amount of gil. But there's also technically not. Because merchants don't have a limit on what you can sell to them. So if you gather resources, you can make things and then get money. Fix. Your man is... Oh, we gotta poke him? Fine. I thought it's Quill. Where did you spring from? She goes, tired of waiting. I'm not sure I... Oh god, that was today? I was so engaged with my task that I must go to her immediately. And you, your word for this. Come along, please, quickly. Oh, that foolish man. Getting so engrossed in his work that he kept his girlfriend waiting. He's either getting a slap or dumped. One or the other. Well, I guess there is a third option of getting slapped with words, but still. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? This is here what the average citizen has to say about the Telefort. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? This is now a company. Keep your sign in order to proceed with quest objectives. Someone here at the cabinet. Let us ask around. Okay. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, and I respect request as you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Telefort. Say it's a piece that promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait. You're that House of your girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. In fact, you'll leave me be. I'm not to say to the likes of you. I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect civility from one so enlightened. Come on, Sparks. Yep, of course. Yes, I believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on Telefort and their conscionable plans. My goodness. If it is the young Miss Levier, my apologies, but I work in the office of the forum. Word reached Master that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Well, that is just disgraceful of them. They could help us. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. Hearing that you and Master Alphonode set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. There's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? No. It's complicated, and I expected a complete stranger to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Forchenault may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to City now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here for? Information on this apocalypse? Yeah, so we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food. Might get the answers you're looking for. Now, bad idea. Hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now. I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. Tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Yamlet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you'll see a Mycote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Alright, this group is the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. The telephone... I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. Friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. If you want to hear about ritual arcane practice of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay. Next, Gisla was the omelet. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. That's a dodo omelet. It's in my recipe book. I should make it at some point. Telefory? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim of the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. These fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Okay. And finally, oven-baked lobster. At last, oven-baked lobster is mine. I have no idea how long I've scraped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Smitutia. Foul days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although, that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sort. Travel the world procuring things they haven't got here in Charlene. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which is missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. These Telefora make good on their audacious threats, and many uncatalogued rarities would be lost forever. Why else would we be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Okay, so most people seem to know nothing. Or the information that they do have is, not much. Nature of the customers, were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. I seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Maybe Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. Forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyles, away from the gossip and their wagging tongues. Oh, when I was at the cinema with my mother yesterday, I saw an interesting trailer. They've made a movie out of the GameStop stock story. Yeah! Basically, a bunch of people managed to buy stocks in GameStop, and due to their actions, the, like...
It was specifically organized. I remember the event itself, it was organized on Reddit.
Yep.
So there were a bunch of like hedge funds doing short trades with it.
Yep.
While it's not expected to go out of business for several years, its stock value was very thin and there was line that there was like squeeze into further ground.
Yep.
Stock will probably go out of business, just as I'm saying, at a point where it's probably not expected for a few years.
Yeah.
But this is kind of ideal for a lot of traders. There are a bunch of companies that are essentially, they will offer to buy, if you own stocks, they will buy your stock off you temporarily to manage it for you and then give it back later in a brief amount of days. If you can find a stock value that's likely to just decrease in value over time, you can essentially make a profit on that by essentially just giving it back. You would essentially, what you would give it back on means that even though you're giving some of that money back, you've made like an extra markup basically when you do sell it back. Is how it works.
Well, apparently, based on what the trailer did, the people that were doing this were getting like millions, while the hedge fund people were losing billions, which is hilarious to me.
It was all purposely done to make
Yeah.
basically a bunch of people on Reddit decided one of the things that would stop it up is if there was a very sudden rush on it. Now a lot of us aren't terribly rich, but because it's already cheapish and still due to get cheap, why don't companies just buy lots of it?
Yep.
And if enough people do it, it will be seen as a rush, and the value will start to go up. So they did that, and then the hedge fund managers basically panic go, oh no, it's valued so much, what do we do? We're going to give it back. You have to buy it now before it gets more expensive. Except the fact that they were then panic rushing to buy back the stock they'd sold off that they owed to somebody else was more of a panic rush, so that pretty much then skyrocketed the value. If the US government hadn't intervened, it would have put like a lot of people out of business in that.
Which is honestly just hilarious that a bunch of rich people were going to lose money and then the government went, nope, fuck you.
Here's the thing, what those people on Reddit did to them is just stuff they do on their own.
Yeah.
It is very much an instance of rich people being like, look here, I'm doing it.
Yep, and that's the funny part.
There should be regulations against this kind of thing from the kinds of people that are all like, no government regulation at all.
There was also the trailer for Gran Turismo, which I thought it was going to be like, how do you make a movie based on a racing game that has no story?
Yeah.
No, it's based on the real story of someone who was really into Gran Turismo and had the dream of one day being an actual, like, Formula One racer, getting the chance to do just that. A thing they never thought they'd be able to do because money. There are a lot of really random castings in movies. I mean, when me and Mother saw that Danny DeVito was in Haunted Mansion, we were like, I'm sorry, what?
Random, or at least he's an actor. Jerry Halliwell is like a pop star. It's not even like got really star power behind her name anymore. So just really random she's in a Gran Turismo film in 2023.
Eh.
I would
Oh well, it happens.
Oh yeah, it does. It's just like, that is a really random bit of casting there.
I mean, I was surprised when I found out that they had Jared Leto playing the main villain, because goddamn, the voice he put on for the character was just so, like, not what I would picture from Jared Leto. So, well done to him for that. It was really intimidating. Kind of reminded me of the Reapers from Mass Effect to an extent.
As much as people have, in a lot of instances, some genuine issues with the guy outside of his acting, I do think he is a decent actor. It's just a oof.
Cast him in the right project, basically.
He can be really versatile, is the thing. The thing is, because people take issues with a lot of what he goes on in his personal life, a lot of it is I can understand taking issues with it. A lot of people then interpret that as, oh, I have to slag off everything he does. And it's like, no, you can admit the guy does decent acting and is probably a horrible person.
Yep. Oh, let's see what this woman has to say. Well, my sweetheart finally arrived, thanks to your gentle reminder. He looks so exhausted from his endless labors, however, that I sent him home to rest. I had a feeling he would be... They say that spur of rock was where the empire is. You sit, and it matters is meditated upon. She really holds in great esteem. His role as a founder of Charlian, the Archibald to save people from the flood wars of Umbral. An inkling to where to look when the point in time of our trials is past. I should go and be with him whilst we still have some spare moments to enjoy. Oh, I mustn't forget your award. It'll tell your appreciation from the two of us. Yes, it's a very little token of appreciation. Overall, though, that movie was really good. Like, it is impressive when you hear child actors who are actually good. Like, some of my biggest laughs in that were actually from the kid. He was so good at it. Like, which also probably is partially because he had got really good direction. Because everyone was good.
I think part of the issue with some child actors in American productions is not so much the problem with the child themselves is there seems to be an American attitude that kids in films have to be either absolute demonic little shits or the most twee, angelic things ever, and it's very rare that to me, that you actually see a child in an American film that actually goes on like a human child.
Yeah, which is why this one was so good. He felt like a child who, one, legitimately faced trauma, two, actually does experience bullying and feelings of being an outcast, and three, is bloody terrified, as a child should be in this situation. Like, his reactions to everything in this were perfect. As was his mother. The mother, like, one of the best scenes with her is right near the beginning. When, like, he's realized the place is haunted, and she's trying to reassure him, no, it's nothing, you saw nothing. Suddenly, suit of armor is standing right behind her. That wasn't there a moment ago. She just looks at it and goes, nope, and drags him out. Like, just run immediately. Like, it's the fact that she has the most intelligent reaction to a haunted house.
Nope.
Like, same with the child. Like, when he has suspicions that it's haunted because he sees a portrait that is very creepy, he's like, not tonight, and covers it. Because, yeah. How are you going to react to having a painting of a very creepy woman staring at your bed?
Either cover it or just like, oh, not having that.
Well, he was a child and it was a big painting, so there was no way he was getting that off the walls.
Covering makes very a lot of sense.
Yeah. Also, the painting was of a woman who murdered 4 of her husbands by decapitation. With an axe. So... They really... one of the things I will give them, they did draw from the lore of multiple versions of Haunted Mansion, not just the Disney World version, which is really cool. I think they actually drew from some of the lore of the ones from overseas as well, which is pretty cool.
I remember when they did the film with Eddie Murphy, and I mean, this is quite a while ago now, but they did a licensed game around it, and it's it's like a bargain bin Luigi's Mansion is the only way I can describe it.
Aw, look at that cute little cup of tea. Or coffee, rather. Look at it.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
We will give you the rights to use the Haunted Mansion.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
For a licensed game that is meant to be,
based on the movie, that's stupid. Like, what do you do with that?
It ended up being like essentially an original story still based on the Disney's Mansion. You end up having to deal with, from what I can remember, the ghost of what was borderline a necromancer actually trying to exploit the ghosts in the mansion for his own ends. He turns into a giant worm at the end.
Of course he does.
I will grant that one. It could have been executed better, but I like the idea, and it's very much feeding into an Edgar Allan Poe called The Conqueror Worm. It is essentially based around this whole thing of Richard, who no matter what kind of walk for your life, we are all worms.
Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
The Great Conqueror. But yeah, it pretty much played like a bargain bin Luigi's Mansion.
Which I guess a game based on Haunted Mansion that tracks.
I will grant mechanically that makes perfect sense. It's just, it was very clearly done on the quick to essentially lean into a bit of extra money.
Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
It is so, like, Disney making movies based on their rides is not a new concept. Like, they did so many. And some of them were really good and spawned franchises, like Pirates of the Caribbean did.
I was going to say probably the most famous being Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yep. Others were middle of the road and didn't get a franchise, but were still passable. The original Haunted Mansion, but it got a remake, which is way better, and I can see it's getting a franchise out of it. Like they wrote so much lore for it, which is very interesting. I would like to see it continued. Especially if they can get Danny DeVito in again, because goddamn was he a fun character in this. Especially when we got to see him possessed by the villain.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Oh yeah, no, it's Danny DeVito possessed by a serial killer.
Oh, he would have fun with that.
Yeah, I mean, it was still the serial killer's voice coming out, but he still got to do all the mannerisms and such, which is amazing.
Think of it, when filming that, he'd have probably just been doing the anyways.
No,
even though they would make Jared Leto over it, just to make the filming of that easier, he would absolutely just be delivering.
Oh yeah, no, that is the best way of doing it, to get the pacing right.
Yeah.
Having them both do it, like the one that Jared Leto does the performance first with the audio, right? So they can get like how he's gonna be performing it down, and then Danny DeVito listens to that, gets the timing right, so that he can do it with the same pacing.
Yeah.
That way they can get the mouth movements right. Like, Danny DeVito is a great actor.
Perhaps it was. Father argued with grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
He was born, he was born in 71. He's not, like...
He's probably had, like, plastic surgery to some degree, but he really does not look like he's in his 50s.
I mean, a lot of people look younger than they actually are.
I mean, he can certainly afford it.
Yeah.
funny enough, something that you have to go over a lot of makeup for that, I would say, makes him look closer to his age as he's in the handsome mood.
And
yeah.
when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war,
He essentially
I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
Yeah.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
Different character him playing that, essentially an eccentric, alcoholic, millionaire.
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
A ghostly serial killer who is straight up on the verge of being, like... How would I put this? Almost godlike in how much power he has. Like, it is terror. It is a wonderful move, he really...
Different again from his time in Blade Runner 2049, where he plays a CEO who is also convinced his pretty much borderline mad science is like an art piece. Is actually being forged.
Huh, what's going on here? People are transporting a bunch of boxes.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
What's that? Labyrinthos, please explain.
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
Okay.
Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
Cool.
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Huh. Okay, that's concerning.
Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Curious.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Well, we should go and look into that, shouldn't we? I feel bad about her with her whole family thing and their venomous stuff. But, yeah. This is what we deal with. Labyrinthian descent. You should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Nomenon. I'll join him on Master Daikin will want his cups back. Of course she insists on returning the cups. Those cups were nice, and I could see if they exist, if this kind of cafe existed in the real world, and somebody are given those cups, they would be taking them home. They wouldn't even ask, they'd just be gone. People do that with Starbucks cups and cups at other restaurants. Even our cups go missing sometimes. I swear it's because people just straight up go, "Ooh, this is a nice cup. Mine now." Most places can. Small cafes and such can't, but yeah.
I'm less accepting of that with a small independent coffee shop. I have no sympathy with Starbucks. Those things are cheap as hell.
Oh, I know. They're cheap as hell for us as well, really. Like, we get them in big orders, but that still doesn't mean we don't, like, get annoyed about it, because, you know, it means somebody has to take time out of their day to order them. And then somebody else has to take time out of their day. Well, somebody else, I have to take time to take it off the delivery and give it to Potwash. And then at Potwash, I'm usually the one that has to clean it because it'll come in on a day when I'm on pots. So, They make more work for me when they steal pots.
And for something like Starbucks, part of my issue is they absolutely set some of those aside to sell, and they'll sell them for like £2-3 off, but it's probably not costing them even £1.
Now, so
I know you can also then get other stuff
So-
elsewhere, but you can get that stuff also for
So there's the like £2 odd they charge, right? Is probably like a 50% markup from what they pay if they weren't buying in bulk. If they were buying them individually, is what they're looking at the price of. Because obviously when they buy in bulk, they get a massive discount. So then they can make even more of a profit when they sell them off.
something like Starbucks probably gets more of a discount on top of that because they have the money to bargain for a bigger discount.
Yep. Welcome back, Sparks. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. Did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the form. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put in motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Yustola observed earlier, Nomenian's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with Sparks and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Shallians know nothing about that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that destruction being perpetrated by the Telfori is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Yorozir's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. They're going to be working with the Telephoroi or something. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos, assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That'll be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. So we're going to Labyrinthos, apparently. Right, Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow her and try not to fall behind, okay? Off we go, then. Try not to fall behind! Pleasant here amongst the trees. I'm sure it is. Walk faster! But we really should move along. Yes, we should. Can you move faster, please? I could have run ahead of you by now. Try to keep up. Finally! Jesus, woman! Keep to the path, straight ahead. We cross this bridge. map here. Yep, I figured. We're going to where the burb is on the map. Rostra, not far now. It's over there, isn't it? Yep. You could take a more direct path, you know. There again, I guess they have to program pathfinding for her. Oop, here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Yeah, I've already attuned to all these ones. Okay. Chocobo keeper down here. I should go talk to them. Hello, Chocobo Keeper. Wow, such a formal outfit, and then that hat. That mask. I mean, look at them. Look at how silly they look. Alright, check in with Kryl. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right. Everyone onto the lift and down we go. Ooh, this should be interesting. What will we find? Ooh, pretty.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Oh my word. Wow.
In any age,
I'm sorry, this is
those
all
who consider the
underground?
floor an extension of their
Jesus
bookshelves.
Christ.
And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms.
Yep.
A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
That is one way to keep knowledge safe. Just build a giant underground... Like, wow. This is just amazing how big this place is. Jesus. Artificial sun, artificial sky. It feels like we're still outside.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Convincing my ass! Are you sure we actually went down? Are you sure we didn't just go sideways?
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself.
Jeez.
The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
Can we get them to go and build this kind of thing in other places, please? Like, being able to make use of underground spaces in this manner is incredible.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Okay.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Jeez.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Huh. Suppose they are.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
Huh. Why would they work
It
alone?
may be as you
Makes no
suspected,
sense.
that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Clearly.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
the matter? Oh God. Are you having a vision?
Did you call to me just now?
No?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Yep. Let's do that. It's truly an extraordinary place. It's gonna be fun exploring it. Ooh, I see something over there that I should go to. I mean, yeah, look at this place. How the frick? Like, if this was originally just a pocket for lava, fair enough. If they didn't hollow this area out themselves. The fact that they created that artificial sky, I mean, how does that work? Is it just the metal and then it's making holographic projections? How does time work in this area? Does the sun go? Does the artificial sun turn into an artificial moon at night? I have so many questions. Let me think. The rare seed should be item 1058. Human seeds 1059. Snowberry 1060. Or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing up? What if someone mistakes the Corinthian carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Yep, large shipments. There are a lot of large shipments, alright. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner. I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack running loose. They're exhausted. And no, it just straight up goes out at night. That's kind of cool, actually. It's just a giant light bulb. They just have a giant light bulb up there. Okay. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decorator say they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing a layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? Hey, look what tales do the Gleamers have to tell. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else? How about explaining that haggard faces I've been seeing? You're right, the form is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically gears are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If your game sparks, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaping marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture such creatures, might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightened conversation. Meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleamer here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! So we get to go hunting marmots. Apparently. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing to repay you for your service, but if you're offering out the goods of heart, I'd welcome the assistance. My name is Aaronville, specialist in collection of live specimens. After the capture of these Magzian Nars is a trial of Nozider Peak, grizzled mice they call them. For mercy, they are no other marmot species on this tier present. Should be no mistaking our little few. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so you'll need to widen your search of the surrounding forest. There are beasts otherwise to prey on a marmot or you. Okay. So they captured some creatures that were dangerous and just released them down here? That seems incredibly foolish. And dangerous. But there again, does not surprise me. We're talking about a nation that's decided, oh yeah, end of the world? Doesn't matter to us. Holy shit, that guy's big. That was a troll, apparently. There. Ah, I seem to be missing someone. Grizzled mouse. Tripspeak. Barely have you ready the sack, scampers off into the underbrush. Of course it runs off. Oh, we have side quests. I'll go and investigate. I should actually go get those side quests right now, in case they take me over here again. What? Did you just get called a blanket? Okay, what time are we at? Excuse me, do you have any moments? Touch more humid. Acceptably. Yeah, I can help with a more thorough investigation, find out if your things are having problems. Go meet up with them. Oh there, friend. Fancy lending a hand to clean or need? I'm fairly new to all this cleaning, so it's only proper that someone with the requisite experience deliver done a chemical compound to that researcher. Another one short way to the west. Why not ask a fellow gleaner? Oh, I couldn't do that. Taking seriously again. No, I need someone bold and brave and unconnected to me in social circles. Okay, okay. What's this? Fair.
He has a voucher on his phone.
Fair. Discounts are nice.
They are.
No one should say no to saving money. Unless you're rich, in which case, please spend more money. Honestly, the fact that rich people go on about the economy and yet they're not willing to actually spend money to boost it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Gazekeeper, aren't you the one who was assisting Aaronville? If you have a moment, I could use your help with a certain task. Cool. Stay put, I'm hunting down a number of caribou, but as the first job I've accepted, which requires any degree of balance. I'm confident in how I should approach my prey. I'm a man who sees fear of combat, but if I could observe you and engage my target. Wouldn't need you to spend all day on it, of course. One or two examples in the forest. So shall we? Leave him pay, please. Fine. Help him. We'll go off and do this later, because that's main scenario. Main scenario stuff always takes a back seat to story. Or to side quests, because... yeah. Caribou! Aha. Now, give my companion more food so it sticks around longer. Huh. Oh, these enemies attack you on the site, that's why. There we go. Now we'll go over to here. Try and avoid enemies along the way. Put away our weapons. I do kind of like the lighting, the street lamps they've got in this area. Looking at the map and seeing how it connects to the next area. A senior researcher. Hi. May I help you? Yes, I have this thing to deliver to you. Ah, yes. Excuse me, whatever happened to the gleaner I was told to expect? Don't quite match his description. Ah, so here you are in his stead. I thought that might be the case. Primarily studies small vilekin and their elk and their role as carriers of disease. As such it has some rather unsettling, not to mention wholly unsubstantiated rumors. Some senior gleaner was amusing himself by taunting his junior colleague with scary half-truths and fabrications. The scholars lend me patience, but such jests lead to no end of trouble for us. In any case, I thank you for bringing me my delivery. Should you happen to return to our faint-hearted gleaner, pray do me the service of setting him straight on what it is we do here. Fair. Ah, it's not fault. Okay, so there's... that is a long way down. I'm sure we'll get to explore other areas soon. Thank you for instructions. Your particular style, seeing you in action is enormously helpful. You've also provided a service that can fuel numbers every now and again. Yeah. Okay. I don't really care about what else this guy has to say. Basically just going on about how because they don't have many predator species or species that attack things other than humans. They have to deal with overpopulation themselves, and they turn it into food. Hello. Oh, nothing visible anyway. What's that? You think someone's been having a laugh at my expense? Told me they said the research of forbidden substance, so they could contact. Wow. Some people need to get laid. Just have too much time on their hands. Okay, this one to the east. Which... Yep, we got our attunements complete and everywhere else, so now we have new locations. Okay, take a closer look at the mist spray. Find devices throughout function properly. Likely broken. Check yet. I'll go and see if there's any problems at Mist Loom. That's the big tower. Okay. Easy enough. We're just checking on these things, which apparently regulate temperature and the atmosphere down here, which is good. Needs something to do that in the cave. When's the oh, this guy does go tonight. Oh, that's so pretty. Okay, so this one's functioning properly. That one, however, is off. We'll need to report on that. And then the other one. Oh, it's cracked. Ooh, that's never good. What about this one? This one looks to be okay. Just gotta feel it up a bit. Yeah, that one's fine. Now we'll take a look around here for that creature we're supposed to be capturing. Those things are kind of cute. I don't know if they're intended to be cute or not. Probably not. But they are. Grizzled mouse. Haha, I found you. Of course there's a coyote. Alright, next coyote. I don't know, it's a troll. I kind of feel bad fighting these things. They're too cute. Hello, grizzled mouse. Speak. No! God damn it! How dare it escape me? See, they look like dogs wearing scaly pants. I can't be the only one that sees that. Meanwhile, we're still hunting after this mouse that the person lost. God God damn it, I feel like Tom right now. Come here, Jerry. I just want to put you into a bag so we can take you back to your owner. It's for your own good. We don't want you getting eaten, which something around here is likely to do. Haha! It's cornered. You cannot escape me now. Fear the power of the rat sack. More prepared for speed this time, seeing closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Woo! Ether current. Protected by 2 trolls. Haha, fear me. I am the mighty troll slayer. Hear my wrath! Haha. Where's the next nearest one? Somewhere far to the south. I have zero intention of taking part in this raid. Or fate, or whatever you call it. Hello. Well, the missiles against detect nothing arrived with the towers working. Any issue with the sprayers? Ah, so there was a malfunction after all. The sprayer's job is to keep this area blanketed in mist, to accurately simulate the moist-laden air of certain forest habitats. One broken device has no effect on the temperature, but the humidity had fallen out of the optimal range. If we hadn't caught the change, we would have started seeing an adverse effect on the forest flora and fauna. Nice work, but I didn't bring your payment with me. Come back to Upper. We can settle accounts there. She was totally not going to pay me if they found nothing wrong. I know it. That's what they usually do. Well, we might as well sync with the Aetheryte down here. It's an older model. Not like the fancy one up in Charlian itself, but it's still nice. Still pretty. Alright, there's a Chocobo Keeper over there. Still need to go further south. What are you riding right now? I don't even know what I'm on. That's fine. To the south. I want to try and get all the Aetherytes and also explore. It's fine. Just go a little bit further north. What appears to be a dam. Probably an artificial one. What is this? No, there's where the water's coming from. Okay, I think we've got the entirety of the upper circle. If we want to go to the... Wait, no. It looks as if there's a bridge over there. Go to that and explore. Exploration. Gotta make sure we fully explore places. No, I didn't want to fight them. Okay, that actually appears to be a cave entrance rather than a bridge. That's fine, I can work with that. See? That must be another cave then. Oh! It looks like this cave might lead to a lower area. We'll probably come here later as part of the story. I'll check it out later then. Probably remember to set our home point as Charlian itself, or down here, seeing as this is where we are. Yeah, we'll set that as our new home point. We're gonna be here a while. It's set to heal more so I could continue trading in things. But yeah, it looks as if all the remaining etherite things that we need are going to be in the next layer. I'm sorry, there are 10 here. They reduced the number in other areas to 5. To 4, and then the 5 ones from quests. But they've kept this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Why? Why not reduce it to 4 as well? I know they want us to explore, but it's good. It's better for consistency. How'd you fare? You track on Thea, the pack leaves one unaccounted for. There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Wow. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we're able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos. Now and in perpetuity, the same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum was planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Sparks. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Sure to come, you keep friend. Who are you folk anyway? I'm Kyle, a student of Valdasian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made this entity Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Information is still valuable. Anything new from your friend there? Oh. Yeah, they want a good food source. So, we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telephori's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how will we head to the Archaeum? From there, we can reach the lower... Oh god, what's happening? Kyle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeum. We follow the path east through the forest where you chasing after that mouse, or marmot was it? Anyway, there's the trolls we need to watch out for. We meet them over at the location we've already synced with. And maybe they'll direct us to go down to the lower level. The medial circuit? And then the central circuit. Okay. I get how this place works. It's incremental. And each one probably has a different purpose. This one's purpose seems to be preserving plants. Mainly. Got this whole forest look to it. Mau. I'm not going to say what I just saw because...
It's a stream, that's inappropriate.
Yes, exactly. Not that we haven't seen butts on streams. Not live butts, but still. Jal likes to walk around naked in Andromeda.
That is true. That is true.
Behold, the Archaeon is newly in service. The Charlene's Lady Archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. Similar, this building you see is merely the upper entrance and access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. Speaking, the archive contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Okay. And this next mission will give us a hat. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Okay. But first, you. Give me your quest. You have an air of dangerous competence. You are certainly not Charlene. Yes, you should do nicely. What you may ask, as the overseer of wildlife, I find myself in the involved in self-feeding. I'm perfectly content for a task myself would to allow the carnivores to grow to a customized scent or that of any of my colleagues for that matter. And I'm pleased to encounter... Wow. Wow. So he's giving me raw meat in an effort to make sure he doesn't get eaten. Wow. I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but might I ask a small favor? I just saw the gleaners I'd hired for a job seem awfully well curious, I suppose is the word. Right to ask him what the matter was, he met my eyes for a moment, then bolted out of the room. I should like to catalog the items he was meant to bring and get them safely stored, but I refuse to play this particular game of Crow and Mouse. Would you mind tracking him down for me? Son who's dashing off towards Pasture Ponics, okay? A burly researcher. Looks strong, sturdy, and most importantly idle, which is a wonderful coincidence, as I'm in need of a spare pair of hands. Let me explain. I sent one of my younger colleagues off to Solus to organize a shipment of ore, but after a second class of the ore, I realized it's taking so blasted long. Seems the order was more than triple the size we usually handle, something I do with all these large-scale preparations, I suppose. I can hardly expect you'll have to shift it all in this loan, so shifting and hauling, I'll make it worth your while. So what say you? Good. Many hands make light work for light. Let's go. You. Hi. It will be alright. I just need to do... Oh god, what do I do? I asked the gleaner to bring me Coblin specimen. Perhaps I was a tad too insistent on the lively part. Flung a cell valve with such force that I broke the wall of its enclosure and escaped. For a moment I considered choosing after myself. I realized it would likely even solve everything for him. Wow. Okay, I'll go. We're hunting after something. Very well. What's this? Gemstone Trader. I guess we should interact with them and unlock. In the market for some rare stuff. Blah blah blah. Now I have access to this. Cool. We'll continue with the quest. Just want to check my journal. If a main scenario quest jumps above level 80, then we'll continue leveling, but I'll switch classes as needed. Greetings, we are here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. Peruse. You are clearly not gleaners then. May I ask your affiliation? We belong to Swords of Baldazian, but is that relevant? If the vaults, those open to the public, at least were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Huh. That's odd. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. That time it will be too late. I mean, we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? to Valdesian. Oh, I suspected that he was lying to us and he's part of a cover-up operation. Hold on, there was a person with a quest in there. I need to go talk to them before we continue. You suck! Oh look, one of the frogs! They're still using frogs! Yay! Hello, sir, if you could hold on your hand, I have something you really must eat. Please, I insist. Okay. Is that not the juiciest, sweetest, most savory thing you've ever tasted? Finished baking a batch and judging by your somewhat warm complexion, you could use a little treat. Oh, don't worry, I know exactly what I'm feeding you. I've settled here in this haven of archival cultural treasures. I was once a student of nutritional science at the Faculty of Medicine. Knowledge from that course certainly comes in useful when it comes to keeping my weary colleagues healthy and hale. I struggle to find the time to collect all the ingredients I need. In fact, I wonder if you'd be willing to help in that regard. I was about to head out and gather some things east of here. Consider the areas of northwest for a couple of rotting logs. I'd be so grateful. Why does she need rotting logs? Wait, penicillin. She's probably making penicillin. Hello. An impasse, as we have no other leads. I'd like to pursue this one further. I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Meow. My mic is definitely going to be picking up whatever that video is. So I have to ask, what the fuck is going on over there? This is not surprising. Does that take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaging some matter of task. Maybe he'll be heading down before or after he's done, whatever it is he's doing. And maybe there's the other person, the muse student. Got a lot of quests to do, though. Am I taking a lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the arcade even. Actually, we have no idea what is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. Tranquility. And so we thought to donate to the vaults. Squeal, squeal! Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose I have to take care of it until the kiosk is open again. Okay, so we need to search for this pack-wearing gleaner. But first... Oh god. So, something fun happened ages ago with this model. Me and some friends were meeting up in Ildishire to go and do some content together. And we decided, using the walking animation of this, which I don't know how to trigger the walking animation, but basically with the walking animation for it, we basically just started parading around the city. It was funny. Especially because more and more people joined us, and even after everyone had met up, we still kept going with it because it was funny. We were having too much fun. Eventually we broke off, but still. It was fun while it lasted. Okay. Just so that we make sure we get all the side quests done. We're almost definitely gonna get attacked when we leave this next one. A bit of meat. Just gotta feed my mount. So it keeps following me. There we go. Onwards. So getting to the next level may either require us to go on foot via that, if it indeed does connect down to the lower area, which there has to be some sort of physical connection between them, right? Would only make sense. Now. Survey the area. Fight and then, yay, we got it. Is that mission done? What's this one? Deeper into the maze. Ah, we're searching for someone in this area. I think I see him. No, that's a jittery green. Gah! God's... Oh wait, or is it? Can I help you? My employer sent you, did he? Well, he's to know that I was able to purchase all of his requested Farisian items of cultural significance. That pot there was one of them, but I was leery of simply handing it over. I think there's something alive inside. You tell me where this is. Yes, yes? There, you heard that, didn't you? I knew it wasn't just my imagination. You seem well traveled, so what creature might be willing there? It's a Namazu. Trust me. Oh, you know you're Namazu. Oh, yes, yes, I crawled into this comfy-looking pot for a night's nap, and before I knew it, I was whisked away on an adventure. I'm here, I might as well make the most of my misfortune. See, aside, try the food, that sort of thing. Convey my pot to the nearest inn, if you please. Seeing as our guest is so good, the least I can do is sponsor his visit and help fill out the paperwork. Meanwhile, I would appreciate it if you would explain the situation to my employer. Wow. Alright, well there's Ernville. What's he doing over here? Why, they're fighting away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. Cloud's gonna need to capture us close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? Spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, two hearts are generally better than one. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. But the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry is a single call. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Okay. The effects are short-lived, so a lion waits down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Ah, I see. So we're looking for something with green feathers. There. Large green bird. Is that the right bird? It looks like horn. It's got a horn. I love the little ear twitches that happen whenever we're happy.
A fair shot.
Ooh, he talks. Nice.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Interesting accent.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
Apparently, yeah.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
It's a good question.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Okay, explain.
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties.
Okay.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Okay.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
I'm sorry, what?
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Okay.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
Okay.
They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
It does, yeah.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
It's no problem.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Okay.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Okay.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Ah.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Investigating that myself.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
I just noticed he has a second pair of boots on his back. Why? They don't look much different than his shoes that he's wearing right now. Are they emergency pair
Well,
in
turning
case
back
something
is hardly
happens?
an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Yep, you guys go on ahead. I've got some other exploration to do. Aw, the Forum thinks they can stop us from figuring out what they're doing. It's cute. Hello, lightly built lab assistant. As promised. So. Self-injury. Here's that other load. Commence hauling. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I have to follow him. I move faster than him. I hate escort missions. Always have, always will. And this is why. Get attacked. Oh, for the love of... Just keep moving. We lost a lot of time there because of the fact that we got attacked. That boy can hurry, please. Can he hurry, please? We're running out of time. Bloody fate getting in my way. Do it. Come on back. I'll pay you what you're owed. Oh, frick off, enemy. I don't care. I just want to go and feed whatever is here. There. All missions complete. If this class levels up, we're gonna switch to... Let's see, we'll go with Summoner. Just in case there's a class-based quest, it'll be good to... Or a role-based quest like there was in the previous expansion, it'll be good to level up accordingly. Did you get it? Did you bag the goblin? Yes, yes I did. Oh, praise the skies. See, I've been assigned to value dietary claims of goblin cuisine. Prepare my first dish. Is it even edible? You, my friend, have made it possible for me to answer. Wow. Okay. Wow. There again, if the main scenario quest does take us to... does level it up, then I will obviously go straight for that. You, hi. Finish things like completing and solving. Mercenary ties to figure out about aggressive specimens. Wow. Tap. We will intervene to fill bellies on occasion. Okay. Bless you. Oh, real? Wow. Chance to speak more in flesh. Okay. Okay, I don't know why that little mammoth has a wig, but whatever. Yes. Mail deposit. I don't care. Side quests, the conversations don't often interest me as much. Sometimes they do, but most of the time it's, whatever. I want to focus on the main scenario after all. Okay, any luck with the logs? Yes, these should be riddled with the little darlings. Thank you both. Thank you both from me on behalf of my mutual value I made from beetle larvae. Ah, I see. The rotted logs are from beetle larvae. It's true. It's true. They are full of nutrition. There are many, many recipes that actually have been made involving insects as a food source. I know some people will say, oh, that's gross, but you'd be surprised how many things are made from bugs. Not necessarily pleasantly surprised, but surprised nonetheless. We haven't leveled up quite yet, but I think the next quest will probably do it. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think. No slabbing beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. There we go. Level up. Still level... Oh, yeah, still level 80. Seeing everyone's tying their straps, check our gear, and I say we head in. Given the train ahead, though, my wise to leave some distance between us. Comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check and strength from time to time. Meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Okay. Just gonna change classes. I said I was gonna go with Summer. To make sure I'm appropriately equipped. Good, good. Although... my glasses, my hat should be glamored into glasses. Hold on. Yeah. I want to do that. I don't like not having my glasses. So... Jesus, which of these is the right one? Oh, okay. Back to old Charlian. So we need to go to the inn, go to the glamour dresser, and glamour hat. I should do that with all the class gear, actually. Make sure that all the ones I'm likely to use have the right thing. But, it's not the bookworm spectacles, it's, these ones, the Inspector eyeglasses. That's better. Got my glasses back. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that all of our other level 80 classes have our glasses. Yep. And what about... what's the other one we need to check? Scholar. Scholar does. Summoner. Yes. Good, good, good. What's the other level 80 ones that we have? Dragoon. Dragoon does as well. That's the only other level 80s that we have, so... Yep. Now to teleport back to Labyrinthos. It is nice that they actually put Charlene under the other category instead of creating a new place for it. After all, it's, how would I put this? The other category in the teleportation menu originally just had, you know, Mordona and, well, whatever estates you have. Whereas Morgrant, plenty there, Isilbard is still empty, Far East, Kiribania. Everywhere else has loads of destinations, but that category only had one. So glad to see that it has more now. Now we need to make our way through these caves. There may be enemies that we'll have to fight. Or we can just skirt around them, meet up with our crew. Oh wait, we're gonna have to fight something either way. That is a destination marker. So. And it's purple cloud, so... Alright, where are you enemies? There they are. Ooh, we don't have our carbuncle. Oh, it's been a while since we got this little bad boy. To the southwest. Oop. We're being attacked. Alright, where is it? Northwest. Ah, it must be in the other path. We'll have to go back to that other path in a bit. To get that ether thing. Right now, whatever shows up. Kill it. Hey there. Take this. You'll be right. Try disaster. Towpath disaster. Love it. There we go. Okay, we're done with this part. Now, as I said, because we need to get that, northwest, we need to get that etherite sample. Or not etherite sample. Ethereal wind, whatever you call it. If we don't get that, we're not going to be able to fly in this area. And I am intent on making sure that we can fly everywhere. That way, if ever I do a New Game Plus playthrough, it'll save a lot of time in every single part of it. Not interested, Mithril Cap. I have more important things to do. Hello, Alphino. Everyone seems to have made through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. It has promised to tell us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural products. Assumption holds true that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, and we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research project. Let's follow the path to the nearest firing facility and see what we see. A good idea. I'm just gonna go to the south a little bit. Make sure that I map out everything. Like this place looks like it's got a door. Let's go into that door. There we go. Ah. This must lead somewhere. I'm sure whatever's there will make more sense later. Right now, north. Charging forward on a metal horse. Or bird. What do we call this? I'm gonna say bird. It is kind of like a metal chocobo. Got wings anyways. And a sort of beak-like design at the front. Destination reached. Grapes. Ah, now I know we are. This is Muriel Agronomics. Thus is hosted by a variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivating that's utilized in foreign land. As this facility, which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research could feed Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivation, worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Yep. God knows he's saying, could you have a costume change? They never really notice when your costume changes, though. Mainly because that's purely a cosmetic thing. And I think in the actual canon of the story, you never change your outfit outside of specific cutscenes where you get new outfits. See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. But now I see what all the jokes about the grapes were. I saw them there and dear God. There's no rendering on individual grapes, they're just big clumps. A single massive grape, if you will. Oh, hello there. You weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lip being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Mineshafter said, well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds before we thoroughly researched. That seems strange, eh? My press for the explanation was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. That is not. Yeah, that's concerning. People should always know what their work is being used for. You better go check this person. They're overwhelmed. Not surprising. Do you have aught to be taken down below? Do I have aught more than I can carry and then some? Most of our stock is sent off by the cargo lift and has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Hauling a lot up that slope was a job and a half. Oh, and now we can get a closer look at these grapes. Seriously. Look at that. Okay, no, I need somebody else in the room to see this. Because this is actually, like, confirmed that I am seeing what I am seeing here.
Oh, the infamous block grapes.
Yeah! Like, for such a high-end game, to have that low polygon texture.
I thought they'd actually adjusted that, because a lot of fans complained, because pretty much it became like a meme.
Apparently they've decided to just stick with it because it's funny.
Yeah, people thought they were hilarious for exactly what you said. Whereas detail and HD is everything else, and these are some, like, PS1-ass grapes.
And which is probably why they've been kept. Square Enix have gone, well, people love them, so why get rid of them?
Some people, because of the shape, were calling them the grape crystals.
Yeah, I myself was looking at them going, that's just one giant grape. It's one... No! Do you know what they are? Raspberries. God. I love them, though. Like, I cannot deny that they are hilarious. Oh... I do have grapes. All needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions are nothing short of perfect. Rising, blah blah blah. So north, temperate plains, with hot humid coastlines. It's ever contested. Used to be called Chorus, before the Imperials renamed it. Not a surprise, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one of those climates we strove to recreate with the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich Foundation for countless experiments and cultivations. Okay. Investigate the stacked boxes. Let's see how big of a hill this is. Oh, we're encountering some higher level enemies now. Which means we may very well be about to hit a higher threshold for quests. If so, that's fine. I'll just switch back to monk again, but... You know, I'd like to... Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, but also common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Huh, glowing flowers. They're very pretty, aren't they? Whoa, what is that? What are we seeing in the flowers?
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Ah! Person.
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Huh. Okay.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
Okay.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders.
Huh. Okay.
Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
It's kind of cool, though.
And
Moon
there are
flowers.
other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Okay.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Okay. Well, have you four learned anything interesting?
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
And yet, here we are.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Yeah, they're just transporting basic stuff. Sounds as if they're preparing to bunker up.
While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Yep.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
If only things were ever that easy. You heard a loud noise. What was it?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Yeah, it is. Erenville.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
Yep.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Yep, he sure did.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
Yeah, that would be logical.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours
We're all
alone
about
to bear.
risk.
We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
You're not doing it alone by any means of the word.
Nay.
I will be
I
present.
said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Okay, I'm just gonna check something. There. That's better.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need
Oop! Damn it, I clicked again, sorry.
It might be best
We
if
need
you
everyone
came
to
along as well.
work together,
In
yeah.
fact, we should all...
Where's Cryo? No.
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Yep.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Yep. Cryo. Stop getting distracted by flowers.
I can almost reach you.
Who's she talking to? Is she talking to... Oh, she might be talking to Heidelin. Or to someone else. Is Crow still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her. It's good means we can let our quarry slip away. It's the level 80 quest. It's headed westward along the path outside the arcade. Come on, we can still catch him. Okay, I'm gonna keep going until past, then I need to stop for it now. Interesting music for this horse. Nope, nor the enemies. Keep going. Hello. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Gisticon Beta, one of Labyrinth's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find in company of said agent, we can expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Grahatiana's vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toad. Goodness. God damn it. Must I be a toad? On concentrated invigoration? Worry not. They will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me. I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you would be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Yeah, she can tell you're distracted. Reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? Form, you are essentially defenseless. We have changed into a toad in order to progress with the quest objectives. Okay. Ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them by your side or to proceed. Quest companions behind by entering a different area, speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have your companions join you again. Ribbit, ribbit. We are frogs. Ribbit, ribbit. Frog, frog. Hippity hoppity, I'm on the way to seize your property. I am small, defenseless frog. We can talk to our friends here. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Tends to fail to shake his head. Instead, he's telling you this is the wrong way. Magic. Ah! How long does this last? Jesus Christ, the spell lasts a full 30 minutes. I keep forgetting how strong Ishtole is. We made it. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Frogs.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Okay.
Another lengthy list.
Yep.
If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands.
Yep.
We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
A good question.
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty.
Okay.
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Okay.
Then I will do your bidding. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions.
Yep.
Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
True.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
We need to follow those people. You notice the frogs. Ribbits? Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. So cute.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
How? We were transfigured.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
How can he see through the illusion?
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Yep. Agreed.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
A good question.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
We were frogs, not toads. You claim to be an expert. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Teleforids' declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient importance to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Azor's request for aid. Yep. Easily start off in direction. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ishtola and Crow for the moment, see what they think of this. Yep, we should indeed head back to them. I'm just gonna quickly look at my map. Whoops. It's quarter past 5, well, nearly 20 past 5. So, yeah.
You might grab a bite to eat.
I was gonna wrap this up in 10 minutes, so I could.
No, that's fine.
Cool.
I was going to say if you wanted to stay on that a bit longer.
Oh no, I
we
was
could
planning.
always just meet in town.
I was
That's
planning to.
easier.
I was planning to wrap up an hour before, like, we'd have to be there, so we have at least an hour to get there and such. So, found Erinville then. Interesting. I have a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Crowd and discuss how we'd like to proceed. We find her back at the farm, behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking flowers she was entranced by? The rest of us consider them more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Okay, I should actually wrap things up. Oh, it looks like there's a few quests back at the farm to do as well. So, go ahead. Let's look at my map. Yeah, we'll head back to the farm. This is like where Cryle is. Wait, no, she was meant to be near those flowers. Where? They're the kind of place that doesn't sell to fat people. Because how dare fat people need clothes? Cryo. No. What's she doing? Okay, she plucked one of the flowers. What's she doing to it? What are you doing, Cryo?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She? Are you talking about Heidelin?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh god, is she gonna be... She's hosting Heidelin in a moment. Okay. Hello, Heidelin.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Thank you, Heidelin, for this.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Okay.
It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Okay.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Okay.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will.
Okay.
That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Okay.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Okay, Cryle. This is, yeah, thank you, Heidelin, for your really possessing people. This, wow. Ooh, okay, Cryle. Cryle, are you okay? Hosting a goddess for any amount of time is going to be hard.
Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
Yeah.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
Yep, definitely.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked. but at least she left us with a guide of sorts. That unusual flower.
Of course.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Okay.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Oh, what's happening? We need to go and investigate that. It sounds as if Alice is getting arrested.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Oh, their father. It's been a while.
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Because they are.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We were literally just trying to find out what the frick is going on around here.
We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities.
True.
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Exactly.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact.
Oh, so because you feel that you have absolute divine right to tell us what to do, you're going to try and stop us.
With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
God damn it.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
No.
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Really? You detained Graha?
But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Exactly.
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
He's an Archon. He is an Archon. He had every right to access.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Yep. That's what we're gonna have to do, isn't it?
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
I hope they don't drag us out of Labyrinthos straight away.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Please don't drag us. Please don't drag us. Please. I need a moment. I want to finish the other quests in this area. Don't drag us out of Labyrinthos already. Or into another cutscene. God damn it. Of course. I wish I'd known. I would have taken a moment. And gone off and done those side quests first. Oh well. Whoa! Kryl has her hood down and she has brown hair. I was not expecting to ever see her with a hood down.
I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
As soon as this cutscene ends, we're wrapping things up.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
Oh please, we haven't interfered in any way.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
And?
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Oh, frick off, you pompous ass. We want answers. You could just give us the answers.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Oh, frick off.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
Yep, exactly.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
This is a very poorly designed meeting hall, though.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear.
In terms of how the
In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Apparently.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
Okay.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something...
Having a few hundred
odd.
years to check these kind of things would give you that kind of perspective.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted.
Interesting.
No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Huh. That's an odd perspective.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Yes, okay.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
Yep.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Okay, what's relevant about that number?
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Yep. Apparently. Huh.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Yep. They found Zodiac.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Zodiac. He can't...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword.
Give us
We will
answers.
fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
Really?
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
So basically, burn the world to save yourselves. Okay.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
It's not misguided. You're the ones who are misguided. Bound by a need to keep things as they are.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania.
Oh.
Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Remember, I got crippled, friend.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Yeah, what's up?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
Okay.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
Yes.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Exactly. Thank you.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
Thank you! Finally, somebody in this country who has some goddamn common sense!
If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Uh-huh. And what is that fair and even hand, pray tell? Please don't ban us.
We will have order!
Wow.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures.
Uh-huh.
Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
God damn it.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
God damn it.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
It's gonna be unanimous, or at least a majority.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Wait, 51, 48? Yeah, that's...
Students, scions, you have heard the forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
God damn it.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, please let that... Yep, that's it. Okay. That is where we're going to call it for now. It's unlikely I'll be back later, but we'll see how I'm feeling. And if we are back later, we'll continue where we left off. So, until then, as always, I've been Sparks, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Bye.